Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Detroit Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, November the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, guys. And anybody in YouTube, the same. So we got a few things happening this morning. Actually, have some earnings plays also. But let's take a look at some of these ones that are ripping right off the bat here. I'm going to get back up to my pre-market highs. So HNRA, HRNA. Now I don't know. You said this was a SPAC. Yeah, this is I don't know if this is truly a SPAC. Not in the traditional sense of the word anyway, but it might be. At any rate, HNRA, I mean, it looks like it is because $10 is typically when these are released. So I guess it is a SPAC. I don't see any specific news on it. Have they made an announcement who they're looking to buy or merge with? PDD. This is a more expensive one, but this is a China stock earnings. Sorry, not China. Okay, it's not China technically. I think for tax purposes, they're in Ireland, okay? But PDD, this is an earnings play, big gap up on earnings, huge gap up on earnings. Like, I mean, a massive gap up on earnings. Look at this on the daily chart, taking everything out. ESGL, ESGL. They're low float. Now this is Singapore, right? Yeah, this is Singaporean stock, ESGL. So this happened after hours yesterday, trading higher after the company announced a multi-year contract renewal with Singapore Refining Company Private Limited. Okay, so that they had some news after hours yesterday. You can see the mauve area on my 15-minute chart, that mauve area right here. That was the reaction. Okay, William, maybe you can do a little analysis on this RNA. This looks like it should go higher or should be higher than it is. And it's up 26%. I get it. RNA, it's pulled back quite a bit. The news I have is that Soar's on a licensing research deal with Bristol Myers, BMY. They're going to receive 100 million cash upfront, which includes 60 million in cash. I'm sorry. So they're going to receive 100 million upfront, which is 60 million in cash, as well as the purchase of 40 million shares of RNA stock at 788 a share. Or I thought it was a total of 100 million cash. Still, I mean, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good to me. I don't mean to everybody pile into this one, but and also, of course, this is the pie in the sky stuff, up to $2.2 billion in milestone payments. This is the big one, the 100 million upfront, 60 cash, 60 million cash, 40 million that Bristol Myers is buying at 788 a share. So that should, in theory, create a bit of a base for it at 788. CLCO, CLCO. I think this is an earnings play. Don't know this company at all. CLCO. This is an earnings play. Another one, tax purposes out of Hamilton, Bermuda. So CLCO, yeah. So I mean, this is a big gap down, pretty big gap down anyway. Okay. Some have asked in the past, well, what does the financing do to a company sometimes? First of all, these guys are crazy. So So THAR, yesterday, this stock got up to what, 478. But even before that, it was at, the $3 level, up in this level here. So they've done a financing. They've raised $10 million, but at a dollar. I mean, at a dollar. I mean, when I say they're crazy, well, I mean, obviously they would have loved to have done it at a higher price, but this seems so crazy. They're down 69% now on a $1 financing. I mean, I don't know if it's been smarter to try to take advantage of it, obviously at a higher price, but obviously they could not do it. ZZS, that is an earnings play, yes. Tapping down on earnings, expensive one. Looking left, 181.62 is the low looking left. It's at that low right now. So if you look left again, 170, approximately 179. So it's got a little over $2 to the next low looking left for ZS. IMVT, IMVT, IMVT. This is gapping up on, so they had some positive to bio, of course. Positive results. Let's see, can I tell it what phase it was? Phase one, or similar to in its phase one study. So I don't know if this is phase two. At any rate, IMVT. So, I mean, it's, I mean, if it really starts to get going a little bit, it's got room to about the 38 mark. You guys were talking about this RDHL yesterday. RDHL yesterday. What a nice move it had after hours, even. His pullback somewhat. Boy, but I mean, this stock was a 32-cent stock yesterday or the day before. This closed at 32 cents on Friday and got up to what, 113. So it's pulled back a little bit here. And I'm watching this Money Hero, guys, MNY. I really am watching this one. Closed near the high yesterday. I know it's been on a big run. China, Singaporean stock. If it takes out, I mean, if it gets out to 330, got room to 360, and then maybe the fantasy level up to 6. I mean, this has just kept moving and moving and moving. And CG, the Carlyle Group. I think somebody pointed that out. Might have been Casa. Yeah, Casa. Okay, so they rise 5.4% as the company is set to join the S&P Midcap 400 effective Thursday. So that is 2 days from now. So that's a nice pot for these guys, CG. So that's only worth 81 cents a share. Okay, thank you on the cash level or the cash of RNA. Thank you, William. As always, doing that instant analysis. I think William was voted the smartest guy in the room. All right, guys, let me take a look quickly to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. And we're in for a mildly negative open. YouTubers, just one person, maybe less. You're usually there. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So right now, I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from the analysts. See if there's anything that is potentially interesting. I love it. Jeffries has an upgrade or price target of 30 for a firm from 950. A little bit late, but okay. I have to take a look at Crocs. Just want to see what see every when I'm looking at this, I have an upgrade price, okay, but I don't know what the current price is, so it's always a bit of a mystery to see actually if this upgrade price is way above the current price. Not a mystery, but okay. So let's take a look at Crocs, guys. Let's see how what Crocs is right now. CROX. I always ask the question, who the heck wears these things? But okay, CROX, and they have a price target of okay. So Raymond James has a price target of 115 on Crocs. Okay, so the stock's at $99 right now. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. So yeah, so there is maybe keep an eye on Crocs with that upgrade from Raymond James. Price target of 115. See if that holds any weight this morning. Now, let's take a look at some of the downgrades. Actually, not too many of each, not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades right now. Wow. Charge point. Yeah, I mean, why bother? So charge point has been downgraded to 225 from 9 by UBS. Already there and below. Yeah, so I'm not really seeing anything. I mean, maybe Well. Take a look at Well. 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 Downgraded to 97. Yeah, it's already there. All right, now let's take a look at the major sectors. We're in for, I say, a mildly negative open. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New, Dock to Channel Bar. Ah, not a bad idea, Jamie. Keep an eye on, well, this is not called Weight Watchers anymore, but WW International. As people are in the overeating season. So I'm going to get down to the sector status. Oh, I'm at the I'm at sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 64% in green. Sort of interesting. Most of the time, it's all or nothing. What I mean by that, usually it's 100% green or 100% red. So what it means, though, 64% green means that 64% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So energy is, mildly positive right now. I didn't do this yesterday, but let's take a look at now some of these sectors, the major sectors, with respect to their 200-day moving average. So you can see XLE is just sitting right on it. That blue line there on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So that is sitting right on the 200-day moving average. Retail, XRT, TRMD, guys, I'm hearing this one. So retail has had a good push. There's a push. A good push, guys, really. I mean, this looked pretty bleak. All the reports you kept hearing about 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, a month ago, going to be a bleak season for the retailers. I mean, it still may be, but not according to this, not yet anyway. Here's a 200-day moving average, and it is above it. So that's two. And we'll give XLE above it. Consumer staples, XLP. So this is still below the 200-day moving average. So that is one below. Healthcare, XLV. So I guess we're gonna have to give it a below. It closed down below, but look at it. It's right on that 200-day moving average. It's had a nice steady recovery for the last couple of weeks, but it is just below the 200-day moving average, barely. Industrials, XLI, nicely above. Financials, XLF, again, nicely above. This is when the SPY was, everybody thought this was it for the SPY, the market, and then look at this rally. Financials obviously a key sector. Consumer discretionary, this will definitely be above. You can see the pattern, guys. We had most of the major ETFs, major sectors were below the 200-day moving average. But ever since that SPY made the big move off at, I guess it was around 420 or so, that was where their 200-day moving average was. Of course, most of the major sectors are above now. Utilities will be below. XLU will be below. But, even utilities is now starting to creep back towards the 200-day moving average. XLB materials, this will be above. Not much, but it is above. And of course, the two stars, communications, XLC, and be way, way above the 200-day moving average. Might be able to see it. There it is, way down here, way above. And of course, technology, XLK, leading both communications and technology, leading the charge, way above. So as we speak then, it's just XLP, consumer staples. and XLV Healthcare, but they're very, very close. And XLE is basically sitting on it. So Jamie in our YouTube room said, put a calendar note to himself to maybe keep an eye on WW as people overeat. The overeating season has certainly begun. And of course, we're talking about, well, used to be Weight Watchers, but I guess it's WW International now. Of course, a big one would be to break out over that 200-day moving average. So Reels watching Dr. CT, that's had just a tremendous run. Another one that came from the sub pennies. Oh, no, I'm sorry, that was not a sub penny or sub $1. Not shortable for us, Reel. Yeah, Bitcoin's doing its thing again. I mean, Bitcoin seems to go up and down $500-600 a day now. Oh, I noticed, Marvin. I noticed you mentioned BITF. I'm just looking at Bitcoin in general, BITO. Excuse me, CJ though. I mean, that's a nice base. Nice base up here so far, being added to that S&P mid cap 400. I think that's what Tassa said. But if the market weakens, again, my bias will be to fade some of these. 3620 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That is for CG. Chewy, I know you mentioned this one yesterday that I might be interested in Chewy, CHWY. Yeah, still weak. Has earnings in December. Still weak. Slow looking left is 1786. So about 40 cents away. Well, for people who don't do and dive into the actual ramifications of their $60 million upfront, this is RNA from Bristol Myers plus Bristol Myers bought $40 million of stock at 788. This is shortable for me. SWTX, guys. I didn't mention this one, but this is actually, I guess I should have. SWTX at 26 after hours. Must have had some kind of news. Okay, guys, there's the MNY. This, So SWTX, your non-cancerous tumor drug to be priced at $29,000 per month. My goodness. Do I know what the pre-market low? Should be easy to see. Looks like it will be this low there. So it looks like the low was 179.01 for ZS, the low 179.01. Maybe 179. Yeah, it looks like 179. All right, CMND did a reverse split. Okay. Now, isn't Chewy one of that one of Cohen's companies, or the one that he I don't know if he still runs it? Of course, he runs AMC, Ryan Cohen. So CMND. Okay, so this is a reverse split. One for 30. Guys, MNY on the move here, guys. MNY on the move. So up and down, guys. Mara and Riot, up and down with Bitcoin. Very choppy. Did they really? SPRC came out with some more news today. Okay, let's take a look at SPRC. Excuse me. All right, so this is okay, a limited duration shareholder rights plan. Okay. Oh, okay, but positive results from its weight loss, metabolic disorder program. I did not know that they were a psychedelic company. I did not know that. Yes, sorry. Yeah, less than a minute, guys. In fact, about 15 seconds for the open. So let's have a great trading day. Excuse me, trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. So I will get rid of this and get prepared for this open. Okay, well, there's the CG, guys. The CG maintaining its nice pre-market run, being added to the S&P 400, mid cap 400. There's the SWTX. Just talked about that one also. This is actually a nice kind of a recovery. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I thought this was down for the day. So no, SWTX is up. Guys, MNY, 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 MNY. Oh man. Mm. Okay, guys. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, there's the RDHL, guys. RDHL. That was from yesterday. You got a lot of you guys were looking at this one yesterday. Wow, MNY now halted, guys, on the way up, halted on the way up, and looking awesome. 420. Look at this, potentially over. So there you go, real. There's your Dr. CT. But yeah, as I said, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers for the Dr. CT. Too bad. We haven't seen that for a while. SIB. Well, there's the SWTX, guys. SWTX. Next high looking left for on the daily chart is 2461. It's got some room. SWTX, look at this, guys. Look at it go. Look at SWTX go. Okay, guys, I'm actually looking at some of these crazy low priced ones, believe it or not. Okay, believe it or not. Okay, so the SWTX showed up on my wow, that's a big pullback though. That's a big pullback. SWTX did show up on my option activity scanner plus the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, but it pulled back almost immediately. So what I'm going to do here is just sort of reset the alert. 25. There's WPC, guys. WPC. So was this one you were looking at, William? I can't, or William Real? WPC? No, yeah, one Real was looking at WPC. So this has some room until 63.18. I'm saying it's getting there, of course. That's both on the weekly and actually, no, the weekly is 64 something and the daily 63.18. Okay, MNY open now, guys. MNY open. Well, RDHL, guys, RDHL. Pretty unbelievable. Remember now, 2 days ago, Friday, this closed at 30 cents. So basically, a quintuple. All right, gold, AU, gold, well, it's not gold, angle gold, but AU. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but I think 19 could stall it for a bit. So a couple of the China education stocks. I mean, Tal had a big day yesterday. I think no, it's nothing to do with earnings. So Tal and EDU, guys, Tal and EDU, a couple of the big China education stocks. So Tal is at last week's high. Let's take a look at EDU. I saw EDU here. Yeah, so Tal and EDU. So, but EDU, I guess you could say it's better. This is an all-time high. EDU, all-time high now for EDU. Look at RDHL. Oh man, I'm sure there are probably some in the room that might have held this one. Look at this RDHL. Look, that is one big wow. Look at the volume, 23 million. Excuse me. I have to check what the float is for RDHL. So one website has about 11 million in flow. That's pretty big, actually. I thought it was going to be about a million, but moment. And now it's halted. Yeah, now it's halted. And let's see where it. Oh man, it's not going to hold, guys. It can't hold. But look at this. So there's the halt for RDHL. Okay, and here's the projected open. I mean, it said 9. There's no way in the world it's going to do that, is it? And you can see how it changes. And I'm going to assume this is going to get closer to that 171 over here. See how it. But when I first looked at this, it said 9. And this blue screen you're seeing, this is from Interact. See how now it's getting down to a more obvious open. Even that is, I think it's going to be. I don't think it'll open at 3. But anyway, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I doubt it's going to do that, Larry. But you never know. I mean, right now it's drifting down. My guess is that it'll come a lot closer to. Look at RNA, guys. Man, I almost took that as a short. That's a classic. Looking at the news, you would have thought this would have. I mean, it's still up 18%, but looking at that news, you would have thought this one just would have ripped. But as William astutely pointed out, that cash injection of 60 million upfront only amounts to like what 18 cents a share or something. So much for Bristol Myers buying at 788, $40 million worth of stock at 788. Here's your WPC reel making another new high. Again, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 64.37. All right, we're 15 minutes in. All right, let's take a look at this red hill. See now, I see how it's getting closer now. So 171 getting a little bit closer to that halt price. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open now. Whoops, guys, just give me one moment. Ugh, spilling coffee on the carpet. So again, we're getting close. So this is obviously not going to be a 5-minute halt. This is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. These halts are usually 5 minutes long when it's a volatility halt, but if it's not five, a multiple of five. So this could be a 10-minute halt. Okay, so our AI is sort of picking it, trying to pick this up, this one on a bounce. It's the RNA. There's EDU, guys, still moving higher here. All-time high now for EDU. Yeah, maybe take a look at EVAX, maybe, guys. So this had a pop up to $1. Maybe put a price alert at around 88 cents. Okay, 87 cents or so. You kind of see on the daily chart, if we can take that out, it's got some room to run for those of you looking for really cheap plays. CW CWEN.A. I don't know. It's the designation, obviously. Class A stocks, whatever that means exactly. Okay, guys. Well, if this is going to be a 10-minute halt, this RDHL, you're in this one. You're going to hope it's going to open soon, maybe in 20 seconds if it is a 10-minute halt. 10 seconds from now, okay? If this is going to be a 10-minute halt, I'll just keep this up just to see if it is going to do that. Wow, even longer. So this could be a 15-minute halt. They're really they're really halting this one. All right, where's some support for RNA? I mean, well, the next low looking left is $1 away. So, Okay, guys. VZLA. Never seen this one at all. Too bad. The 200-day moving average to me is too close. Okay, just kind of checking some of these things. If there's any room looking left. So there's a Doctor CT. So it's had a nice bounce, actually, big bounce, actually. CREV is halted. It must, or crew. I'm sorry. Is it CREW or CREV? Well, I'll type it in. It's not showing up on mine, and more than likely it's because it's less than 20,000 shares. Yeah, so less than 20,000 shares, so it's not gonna show up, but yeah, the, carbon revolution. Well, this could go crazy. There's your halt at 35.69 for CREV. The potential open is in the $41, but it's only traded 17,000 shares. That's why it's not showing up in my halts resumed. I have a minimum of 20,000 shares. Monkeypox. Remember monkeypox, guys? So here's a G. Not that great. I'm actually keeping an eye. I've got something called penny stock explosion. Okay, and I'm actually I'm keeping an eye on some of these ones that are under a dollar. And for me, the big deal would be if they've got a ton of room when I look left. Kind of like the RDHL. Okay. Down here, I mean, you could say, at the 30-cent level, it had room to the 50 and 60-cent level. Of course, it just gapped up yesterday. And when you look left, I mean, it's just got a ton of room. So that's what I'm just kind of keep an eye on some of these really cheap ones to see if there's anything that has a bit of a look like that. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So the Dow is up a little, Nas is down a little, and SPY is down a little. So really not doing too much. Now keep an eye on MNY, guys. MNY, I had a big pop, of course, got halted. I think, nine. Yeah, I mean, it had a little pop from the halt. The halt was at, actually, I'm wrong. The halt was at 394, so really didn't. So it actually moved down, but looks like it is trying to make its way back again a little bit. Boy, this is turning into like a really long halt now for RDHL. This is now a 15-minute halt plus. Well, if you're in it, you're still looking good. There's the potential open. Excuse me, 240. Shady was talking about SMX. I saw SMX in the pre-market. Shady is long this one now, $1.30 with a stop at 122. Just had a big pop in the pre-market and it came right back down. That's why I kind of discounted it. Okay, I guess RDHL just opened, guys. RDHL just opened. So, I mean, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen from here, but at least it did open above the halt price. 171 was the halt price, opened at 231. MNY, guys, MNY on the move. MNY on the move. And RDHL, I mean, it's not, what did it get up to? It got up to, came out of the open for the halt at about 250. You can see it right there. There's the 200-day moving average, even 242. We'll pop a little bit above it. Well, this one did show up in my 200, my 10-day daily breakdown. The CMND, almost an all-time low, not quite. So here's what I'm going to do with the SWTX. I remember the one yesterday that drove me crazy. It was Xene, XENE, and it kept me out of it because of the spread early. And it did this, and it showed up on the 10-day daily breakout and the option scanner. But I just, the spread was not great for the longest period of time. So here's the same sort of situation is the SWTX. So I'm going to put a price alert right here. The spread is not as bad as Zine was yesterday. The only issue is where is that? Okay, I mean the 200-day is kind of far enough away, even if it takes out 25. MNY guys, MNY marching higher. Well, boy, even this RDHL showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but there's a 200-day. If it takes that out, what did it get up to here? Yeah, it even broke these highs over here, 236. Oops, the SMX just gave it all up. Well, let's see if SMX gives us another opportunity. My 140. If it took out 140 later, I'm assuming you did get stopped out, Shady. Um, Maybe 140 later. Feels like there's a lot of resistance right around that area. If it took that out, might have a run into the highs. Bank of Nova Scotia is an earnings play for us, big Canadian bank. The CWN.A on the move here. So all I'm doing right now, guys, I'm just, clicking on some of these symbols that have been alerted to me, and I'm just looking left to see how much room some of these have. Look at MNY now, guys. MNY now, right back up. Okay, SWTX. Do I dare? And there's the MNY guys at 4. Okay, you know what? MNY now is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout and the abnormal option activity. Surprised it trades options. And the trigger in both cases was 395 in the breakout, 401 on the option. So really keep an eye on this one now, guys. MNY, I know it's extended and all that, but guess what? It's got room. Still has room. The next high is 601. Let's see if it gets back over 4. Okay, guys, I don't know. The SWTX, it's really kind of choppy. The bid ask is kind of all over the place. That's what I said with the zine yesterday, though. All right, now here's one, guys. Okay. AMTI. Okay. AMTI, when you look left, I mean, it's got some room. I mean, 10 cents. So if you're into these type of plays, there is one. The 200-day moving average is basically at that high here. Not a lot of volume. This one from yesterday, this GYRE, this is a, all-time high. It's an all-time high yesterday, it's an all-time high today. I guess it started trading, down here. This has been again, I should write these down. I know I said it every time. Don't know if this was a SPAC or, an actual IPO. Whatever it was, has been successful. I mean, look at the run it's been on over the last few weeks. 5 weeks ago, they started at, 6.55, $24 now. Thank you. So, okay, so really it is not an IPO. It is not okay, so what CASA is saying is that it was a CBIO before. So they changed symbol name. And if I go back, yeah, so this is nowhere near an all-time high, guys. You know, CBIO at one point was an 80, well, I don't know, this is probably split adjusted and all, but $80. So GYRE is actually not really an all-time high, but trading as GYRE it is. You did, William. Give me a moment, guys. So SMX triggered again for you? Different price maybe? Oh, I see. So you got stopped out the first time, so 120, 115, okay? Well, guys, I'm very interested in the MNY if it can break over 4 again, okay? May not happen today, may not happen ever, but if it does, you can see it's still got a ton of room looking left. $6 is the next high, even though it'll look incredibly extended, but I'm sure people thought it was extended here, 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 and here. Okay, SLRN is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. This is an all-time low. SLRN, SLRN is an all-time low. Like this was an IPO back here. MNY guys getting closer and closer to that 4 mark again. MNY. What I'd love to see is for it somehow maybe take out 4 and sit around. There's the SWTX guys. Spread's a bit of an issue still, but it still has some room to that 200-day moving average, 26.35, but a dollar away. So you can see it showing up everywhere now. Option activity, momentum scan, breakout. For a cheap one, well, it was cheap on Friday. This is holding its own here. RDHL guys, RDHL. Big deal right now is to try to get through that 200-day moving average again. SWTX guys. Got a spread issue, but as I said before, the zine drove me crazy. Okay, here goes again, guys. Sorry, RDHL. Okay, so we've got 3 today: RDHL, MNY, and SWTX. This is the combo strat, if you will. Normal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout is right here. These are 3. I'm going to go over this in about 15 minutes or so, okay? About 10:30, I'm going to go over a lot of the stuff that you can find on my homepage, including the scans that there's RDHL halted, including the scans that I'm sharing. What's the float for RNA? Rhetorical. 71 million in the float. So the best thing you can say about this right now, right, SWTX guys. Say I would have kicked myself again if I hadn't taken it based on what happened with the zine yesterday. Okay, now I'm taking some off right around here. I mean, there is a 200-day, 26 is a whole number. The 200-day is not that far away, so I'm not going to I'm not going to tempt just watching it. I've taken some of it off. Let's see how it trades right around here. And again, I will explain all this in about say 12 minutes from now. Remember CBAT? Now CBAT, yeah, again, when I look left, imagine if the next high was way up here around $1.50. But to me, there's just too many areas it could stall. SMX, let's take a look at SMX from Shady. Okay, well, I mean, if it takes this out, this 141, I think I could really get it rolling. Market is trying to put in a little bit of a pop here. So the Nas is still down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's down a little. Kind of nothing happening market wise. Lots happening with all the stuff that trade ideas can dig up, of course, but look at guys, don't lose sight of that MNY. You know what? I think I'm going to go over my homepage and some of the scans I've got right now because I know I nag everybody about this one, but let me go over my homepage. I'll get to this scan. RDHL just open, guys. Look at the three of them here: RDHL, MNY, and SWTX. Look at them all here. Okay, let me go over my homepage and then I'll get to that specific scan. Okay, but let me go over my homepage first. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. Now, this promo code, Barry25, that's the 25% off the first month only or the entire year. This should expire tonight, okay? This is sort of the end of all the 25% promos that we've had. SWTX, guys. Um, so this should expire tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You can always start off with a monthly subscription. At some point in time, if you do want to take out an annual, I can get you a 25%. So all I ask is this. This is a free room. We'd love to keep this room free. The way we do it is at some point in time, if you want to take out a subscription, just use my code. That's all you have to do. It could be tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Just use my code. That will really help to keep this room free. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, here is the getting started. You must do this. Look at this SWTX. Love it. Download and install. So this will run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, get down to the important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. If you go through all the videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes and short videos. You must do it. The software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, Michael Noss, who will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 today. He put this together, series of videos you can take a look at if you're new to trading. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And here's our education section right here. This is our user guide. So getting started, here's that getting started section again. Alert windows, you want to know a little bit more in detail about what alert windows are. Top list windows, maybe you want to look at stock races and price alerts. Price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. Okay, but I would really, take a look at what an alert window is in a little more detail, what a top list window is in a little more detail. Here's the getting started again. So daily support, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We have 5 different traders, 5 days of the week. So it works out just perfectly. Today is Michael Noss. He'll be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room. Last, my scans. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. This shows me the gappers in the pre-market. Pulse resumes, you see, is over here. This is my momentum scan right here. And let me get rid of this. Excuse me. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. And I do have other scans that I am sharing, including these ones here. Now I've broken them into the individuals. Okay, so you notice here the 4 scans are in one what we call a doc window, but you can get them individually. Some people don't want to short. I get that. But these are the long, this is just a don't repeat. That's what that DR stands for, but I've called it don't repeat here. This just tells me, okay, what time was the first alert? So there's the SWTX at 9:34 Eastern time. First alert was at 24:18. Look what it did since then, 26:38. So this just tells me what time the first alert was, and then I can kind of go back and say, well, what did it do from there? So there's the MNY, 395. Still hasn't moved that much. It's just at 4. So if you want this one, I don't have this on my homepage, okay? So this abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout that Pepe put together for us, okay? So what this does is if the same stock shows up in the 10-day daily breakout and in the abnormal options, okay? Then it'll show up here. So what I used to say to people is, just kind of look at the list, look at the list and see if the same one is in both lists. Now you don't have to. If it's in the same, if this one, if any stock is in the same two lists, it'll show up here. If you want this, you just ask me for it. Otherwise, it's not that hard to just keep track. We don't get too many alerts in these scans. Okay. Well, the RNA guys, this is it's surprising how weak it is. Now, notice it's not showing up. Now, okay, so it's not showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Why? Well, it's not a 10-day daily breakdown. Otherwise, it would show up in again in both of these, but it's not a 10-day daily breakdown. It's breaking down in option wise. But so let me explain some of this again. These scans that you are seeing. Of course, this is the way I like to trade. It doesn't have to be the way you want to trade, but to show you what this Momo is all about. So if I right click on this alert window called Momo, right click on it, click on configure, summary. So there are many screening programs out there, okay? But we are excellent at real-time alerts. That's what we really, really are good at. Of course, we have screening capabilities, and this is what the screening is all about in this particular scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. And this is what gives us it. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal at least, and 5 minutes at least 400% of normal. So if all of these filter values are met, the screening right here, if all these values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. Okay, so that's why the last one, the last one was COCH at 10:29 Eastern Time, made a new high at 193. It met all of these filter values. Okay. So of course, again, this is what I like to see in terms of a price range and things like that, but you may have a different idea. So if you took this scan, you can always modify it if you want to, or right click. And instead of one, I'll change the price of one, I'll change it to 10 and see how now it's 10 and 100. So, I mean, it's up to you. You don't have to change it. You don't have to use it, but you can, of course, modify it if you want to. Now, if you want to build your own, I have to look at this COCH. Well, so this is a low float. I don't think I've ever seen this one before out of the US. Okay. The next high, see, the problem could be two, getting through. Just give me one moment, please. Oh, okay, sorry about that, guys. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on this alert window now, and instead of clicking on and click on configure, instead of clicking summary, I'll click on search. So couple things. Don't get hung up on how many. First of all, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Starting off the two most popular ones, right at the top, the new high of the day and new low of the day. Now, I'm going to scroll through down through all these. These are all of our real-time alerts. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. If you're looking at this for the first time and you're thinking, I can't learn all these, the good news is you don't have to. I don't know probably 95% of them because I only have a few that I like. But if I keep scrolling down, these icons are the filter icons. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. The only reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different filters, screeners, like this is the screening again aspect, and real-time alerts to satisfy the thousands of customers we've got, those who want to build their own scans. So you don't have to learn them all. Okay, please just don't think that, my goodness, this is way too hard a program. I'll never learn them. You don't have to. Look at SWTX. I'm telling you guys, Zine was imprinted in my brain from yesterday. So ticked off when it did this and I wasn't in it. So you want to build your own scans? You can. You can take my scans, you can modify them. We have some scans here. If you click on new from our toolbar and click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. We have scans here. So if you don't want to build any scan from scratch, you don't have to. Probably find something. The other thing is that when you go, as I've said before, between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We all have different trading styles and they have scans of their own also. Okay. And they'll usually demonstrate in that hour some of the scans that they use. Now, let me explain this abnormal option activity. So, as an intraday trader, the thing I'm most interested in, of course, is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. So, two ways to do it. Well, several ways, I guess, but the main filter that we've got that really helps you find stocks that are trading abnormally is this relative volume filter. Okay. So when I see 2.5 that's the NE, that means today it's trading 2.5 times what it would normally do up to this time of day based on a baseline. I'm not sure if it's 14 days or 10 days. Doesn't really matter. It's what it has done on average. I think it might be 14 days. So it's doing 2.5 times what it would normally have done up to 1036 over the last 14 days. Okay, so that's abnormal. If we look at SWTX, you can see right there 30 times normal. So it's not the absolute volume that we care about because you'll see stocks that are trading, way more than 2 million shares. But I know I always use poor Apple as an example. But so look at Apple because I think people misunderstand, well, I got to find stocks that are trading a lot. Well, sure, Apple's traded 8 million shares, but look at that 0.69 relative volume. That means it's not even trading normally. You know, one would be kind of average. Why do I care about looking at Apple? I want to find stocks that are trading abnormally as an intraday trader. So let's get back to the SWTX. So it is trading 30 times normal up to this time of day. Obviously, very, very abnormal. But also, look what it's doing option wise. So the other way that I like to, sort of as a combo, okay, stocks that are trading abnormal volume, but I'm also wanting to see stocks that are trading abnormal option volume. So when we look at SWTX, it's traded 1,700 contracts a day. I mean, not a huge number, but for that company, that represents 1,014% of normal, 10 times ratio of 10 times normal option volume today. So coupled with the relative volume, the whoops, the volume that we'll call it, plus option volume, this really helps us zero in on stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Now I don't trade options. So I don't use this, in order to trade options. It just helps me find stocks that are trading abnormally in a sort of a combo of volume and option volume, which brings me to this one. So, excuse me. So this one, as I've said, and you can have, I can give this to you. This is just something that Pepe created a couple of weeks ago, I think. Pepe from our room. So this is just a combo. So it takes anything that you'll see here in the option activity, plus if it shows up in the daily breakout or down, if the same stock shows up, so you can see RDHL is here and it's here. MNY is here and it's here. And of course, the SWTX is here and it's here. Whereas AXL is not. AXL is not in the 10-day daily breakout, as an example. Okay. So instead of you're having to look at the lists and sort of doing a cross reference, this does it for you. And as I've said many times, if a stock shows up on both of those, really pay attention to those stocks all day long. And that's why I'm very interested in this MNY. I mean, it could have a late day break. Look at the market. Speaking of, so the market's putting in a nice green bar here. Yes, you can get a copy of that. Let me just file load from cloud. And I did save it yesterday. There you go, Stuart. I see Steve popped into our YouTube room. And so Path still is the trade of the week. Was it 1260? Was that the trigger? 1260? Not 1260. What was it? 1860? Must have been 1860, right? For some reason I thought it was a lot lower than that, but okay. 1860, thank you. I thought it was for some reason I had 1260 in my mind. And I thought, oh my gosh. So anyway, this is the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. You go to my homepage, you can sign up for it. It's again, it'll be delivered to you via email about, call it, an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. And Steve Gomez, who just popped into our YouTube room, and he's normally in our YouTube room on Thursdays. Look at the market, guys. Look at this market just zipping here. And so when you get the email, there's a suggested entry and there's a stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is of course completely up to you. But the trigger was 1860, so this is looking like a pretty good looking trade right now. It did not. I don't think it would have hit the stop yesterday. I think it was the rising 10 SMA on the 10-day well, the daily. I don't think it would have hit the stop because it did get down to 1810. Meanwhile, Axel, guys, Axel, AXL. Yeah, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, it's got some room. I mean, 725 is the next high looking left. Big recovery, got all the way down to 640. This was down after a Bank of America downgrade to an underperform, cut the price target from 2.8 from 9, so it's still above, but we're not giving it Bank of America not giving the stamp of approval to Axel, AXL. Look at this market. Let me put a charge into it. Any numbers come out at 10:30 today? I know it's not oil and gas or not. I know it's not oil, and I know it's not natural gas, so I don't know. Something's putting a charge into it. Oh, okay. We gotta pay more attention to this. We never used to with these, Fed chairman talking intraday. Market goes up, dollar weakens. He said he saw room to stop raising, okay? How about, dropping? But yeah, no, I mean, whether that happens or not, of course, we don't know, but so the other thing I forgot to say to everybody, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. Wow, look at this Legion Biotech just taking a header here. What if this 58, 59 holds it? So again, this is the format of the room, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic, sharing my screen. And I sort of renamed the room. It's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you're out there and you have any questions about trade ideas, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If I'm in a trade that requires my full concentration, I'll let you know. But otherwise, you can ask me questions all day long. Okay, guys, my main focus right now still is on the money, MNY. Okay, that's my main focus. I'm out of everything. Well, I'm out of the SWTX now. The beautiful over 26. But remember, if you're new to trading, there are a few things that, in my opinion anyway, that you should be aware of. One of them is that I'm not a big technical indicator guy at all. Notice my charts, hardly anything on them. But one thing I really do pay attention to, of course, and I think it's universally paid attention to, is the 200 average. So look at that, the 2635. And yes, it popped a little bit above it, but it was a magic area for it to maybe start. I mean, when it popped above it, and then when it came back down to it, that was kind of my signal. But the MNY, I mean, you can kind of see that if it's just sort of coiling, or maybe not coiling, but just sort of building up right around this area, just underneath 4. And if we get some volume that comes in later on, popping it through 4, I mean, look at the room it's got on the daily chart, $6. I'm saying it's going to get there, of course, but all I look for is I want to see if I'm going to take a trade in something, I want to be able to look left and see, well, where could it go until it hits that next high? And if it's far enough away on a risk reward basis, then it becomes a big candidate for me to trade. Now, before you start trading with real money, you should use our simulator or at least a simulator, okay? To use our simulator, you have to have our standard service. You also have to be using our downloadable application, okay? You can't be using the web-based version of our product. You have to be using our standard, or sorry, our downloadable application. You would load it from our toolbar, click on New, and right at the top, Brokerage Plus. This is what this blue window is called. It's called Brokerage Plus. You may have different column headers than I do, but that's all customizable. When you load it, more than likely, this is what you're going to see. It'll say not connected. All you have to do is just click on that not connected. Sorry, click on SIM. So there are two options underneath Brokers Plus. One says live, one says SIM. If you click on SIM, that's for simulation trading, simulator, paper trading. Click on SIM. Now, when you click on it, when you click on it, good. That not connected should probably will turn to simulator, but it depends on the version of TradeEdge you've got. If it says account, just click on it, and then that little simulator trading default box will pop up. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. Okay? And it's simple to do. All you have to do is just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. This is a quantity box. You can either pick from the ones that we have here, or of course put in exactly the number of shares you want to trade. The bid ask is here. Let's just take a trade for fun in the simulator. You can see this money. I mean, it just, I mean, look at this right around that 4 level. Now that's 4 times normal in terms of option value. So if you are not, like I'm a momentum trader, okay? I like to see things near the high or the low of the day. That's my style of trading. You may, but if you're more of a pullback trader, okay, I mean, I actually have a top list that I can give to you. But my point really is this, that if you're an intraday trader, you should be wanting to see the stocks that are trading abnormally. So this will give you stocks that are trading abnormally, of course. You may look at this VCTR as an example. And you look at this and go, well, first of all, I don't want to feel like I'm chasing it. Now, I don't chase. Understand that I don't chase. All I'm looking for is maybe a break to the high. So look at MNY, okay? If MNY, if MNY, because I feel like it's kind of basing under this 4 level, all of a sudden it really broke through on volume. I don't feel like I'm chasing it. Chasing to me would be, imagine this were a 15-minute chart. This is the daily chart, and I'm going to buy it right here. After it being up an hour straight of 4 15-minute candles. That for me would be a chase. It's something that would go look like that. So I'm never doing that. I'm just looking for stocks that are making new highs of the day that are breaking out from maybe a little bit of consolidation. Okay, but you may not like that. You may look at this and go, you know what? I'd like to take this one, but only if it pulls back down to the VWAP, which is at 377. So you could put an alert in that area and see if it pulls back to that VWAP. Or maybe there's a simple moving average that you like. I know Steve, I don't know if he's listening still, but I mean, he loves that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Real likes the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So you may look at that and go, okay, if it pulls back to any of these levels, I want to know about it. So you just put price alerts in those areas. And if it pulls back, maybe that's where you get interested in taking the trade. Okay. But I mean, the whole idea of these though is that you're at least you have to be taking something that's trading abnormally. Otherwise, why would you take the trade? You can take something that's not trading very much and be stuck. And that's why you have to develop your style of trading. And how you do it is to use a simulator. You may listen to me and think, well, I wouldn't mind being a momentum trader, but it's not for everybody. And pullback trading, it's not. I've just never been good at it. It doesn't mean I never do it, but I've never really been good at it. So so I sort of stuck to my style of trading. Some people like to bottom fish, only want to see stocks that are really near the bottom and maybe trying to make their way up. All sorts of different trading styles. So this CWEN, this was CWEN also, I think earlier was showing up. Yeah, GME. I can't believe it's up here. Okay. Well, I don't know what's happening, but somebody is pumping this right now, I guess. To me, it's coming into a lot of resistance in that just a little bit above 13. A lot of options, but not, it's not trading. Okay, I should mention one thing here. So my filters for option activity has to trade at least, I mean, I have other filters in place, like a price range and minimum volume and even the relative volume, but the minimum number of contracts has to be 500 contracts. And that 500 contracts minimum also has to be 150% of normal, or 1.5 times normal. So when you look at GME right now, sure, number of contracts is huge, 62,000, but that's only, it's pretty significant, but it's 124% of normal, 1.2 times normal. So, it might, if the option volume keeps pouring in, might get up to that 150. That's why it's not showing up here in the normal option activity. Meanwhile, look at Kaba. Kaba just, wow, 18 down to 14 or 14 and a half. Kaba is just getting hit here, guys. I don't know what's happening exactly, but it is just getting hit hard. CABA. Man, I haven't seen Vodafone in a long time. VOD. See, and I don't like it. Why? Because if I look left, the next high is 914. And if the next high was up here at 940, 950, be a little more attractive. But for me, I just look left and I see the next high, it's really close, so I take a pass. That's my trading plan. Another thing important, you have to have some kind of a trading plan. It can't just be you have to have a reason to take a stock and not just because, I don't know, I think I like it. It has to be a reason. Meanwhile, cabbage just keeps, at some point, this might turn into a bounce, but, cabbage just getting hammered here, guys. I don't see any news on it. Just a minute, guys. Well, let's look at this, objectively, okay? So GME, next high looking left is 1320, 1319, 1350. So the next high is 13 say the 1320 mark. Let's see what it is there. Alright, guys, so you can see what happened with MNY, and this is why I never anticipate something is going to happen, okay? I was waiting for a 4 break, but I was not even though it looked really good here at 393, 394, I didn't say to myself, "Well, even though it showed up and, this, my abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout." I didn't say, "You know what? I think it's gonna do it, so I'm gonna take it anyway." I was waiting, waiting, waiting. So, I mean, this is a pretty big sell-off now. But again, just wanna reiterate, I don't anticipate something happening. I wait for a price alert. If I don't get the price alert now, if I get a price alert, doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. It just means, okay, it's at because I could put a price alert on something and I may not trigger for hours later. Hours later, I may not want to do it, but I'll have to check to see what's happening. All right. Well, listen, GME now, what did I say? 1320. You know what? You should have told me that a lot earlier, okay? Because I forgot to do my little something I okay, you're gonna you're gonna not hear me in the main room for about 5 seconds. All right, Jay. So how's that? Give it about 5 seconds again, okay? Oh wow, there's the CABA showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown now. How's that, Jay? There's a little something I can do within the room that seems to help. Yeah, I should just do that when I enter the room. Just not wait for somebody to tell me that I'm breaking up. Wow, look at I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. But look at even SWTX came right back up, right back up, right at that 200-day moving average. Okay, that blue line on my daily chart. That's the 200-day moving average. So we do have a few little earnings plays. The CLCO, I don't think it's really done anything. Yeah, it's really not done too much. I mean, it's down 6%, had the big drop pre-market, had earnings pre-market, but really not done that much. So this is why CWEN is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. Well, it showed up at 10:54 and it was at 25.10. So why would I not want to take it? Because if I look left on the weekly chart, to me, there's, it could be a lot of resistance right around the 24.30 mark, 25.30 mark. So you get an alert at 25.10 and you see, a lot of resistance maybe around 25.30. For me, that's just not enough room for it to keep moving. That doesn't mean that's going to stall it, but again, that's how I trade. So again, remember the program is called Trade Ideas. The ideas are generated, but doesn't mean, for instance, I don't take every trade, of course, that I see here. Meanwhile, CABA just continues to move down. Anybody find any news on that? 'Cause that is a big, big drop. That's possible, Pepe. You're right. It is possible. Such a simple fix for me. All I have to do is just go to this gear and reset the audio bridge, and that seems to clear it up. But you might be right. Mhm. Okay, guys, things have slowed down for me a little bit here. How's that GME doing? Getting ripe for a short? Of course it was. I didn't take it, but you can kind of see where it got into, right into this area that I thought might stall it for a while anyway. William, I'm sorry, but you cannot use that phrase in this room. Bounce, you fool. That is not you. That was patented by Poe. So unless you get his permission, you cannot use that phrase. There you go. I'm sure he's been somewhat photoshopped, but he still looks the same, Mr. T. Okay, so Kaba down through the 200-day moving average, all the way down here. I mean, that didn't even remotely hold it. Then it popped up through it. Let's see what happens again at that 200-day. Okay, so here's a crazy little one. Okay, it's been actually, oh man, like a 1 cent stock 3 weeks ago, 13 cents now. Hmm. Now, the only thing is that I can't, well, I can, but I think I disabled the ability for me to trade pink sheet stocks in Interactive Brokers a long time ago. It's because I wasn't ever trading them. But ooh, now look at this one, guys. This golden minerals. Probably the better ones would be the bios, but I mean the next high looking left is 58 cents. So this is 54 cents right now. If it could take out 54 cents, the next high is 96 cents. So I've definitely putting an alert here. May not happen today, may not happen ever. But if it does, I'm going to know about it. That's for the AUMN. Well, this CWEN keeps triggering here, but the 2-week VWAP indicator to a chart. I'm not sure you can do that, but I'll tell you what, can you hang around for 45 minutes? I don't think you can do it, but I'm not 100. But Michael Noss, who is definitely our VWAP expert, okay, so he'll be in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes at noon Eastern, okay. So if you can hang around, if anybody's going to know, it will be him, okay. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a way, but you know what? Michael for sure will know. Okay. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I take off. Boy, this Legion just getting clobbered. Another one just getting clobbered here. No, it's not I know it's a legend. I know it's legend. Yeah, well, that's the question right now, isn't it? Okay, now Kaba is showing up. But you see now, this is what I'm talking about. This is super extended, right? I'm not going to chase this down. I mean, it may keep moving down, 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 but I cannot take this short. This showed up now in both of them. The abnormal option activity right there, and the 10-day daily breakdown right there, and right at the same price, 11:16 time, right at 11:50. Okay, but this to me is just way too extended for me to take it. So again, just because it's showing up on my, kind of the combination scan doesn't mean I'm going to just pile into it. The next low though is 11:03 or so. I mean, there's the today's low, of course. It would have to get through 11:30, but on the weekly chart, the next low is around 11. Okay, the Lending Club guys, LC, LC. Ooh, this has some room, I think. Ah, 624. Well, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 624. So if it can get through 624, then it's got a shot into that 670, 680 level. So I'll just stick an alert there. Now look how easy it is to put a price alert on the charts. All you have to do, first of all, the price alert window is here. If you click on new and then price alerts, if you click on it, you've never done a price alert before, it'll be blank. But this is how I would use it. So here's my price alerts window, okay? So these are the ones that are triggered. I'll get rid of those. So You don't have to have this window taking up any space, okay? I could have it up and running, taking up space. I have enough, screen space. I've got 3, 32-inch monitors, but it doesn't matter. I don't want it because the way I like to use it is by minimizing it. Why do I minimize it? Because watch what happens. I'm gonna put an alert here at LC. Well, first of all, I'll show you how to do it. So here's your pointer. Your pointer, there should be a dotted line that's gonna follow your pointer along. Now, if you can eyeball it well enough for the price you want, you right click, create the price alert. Of course, I could change it if I want, save it, and let me do MNY. Can't believe it. Wouldn't move a penny for me. Okay, there. Okay, so it got to 619. Okay, so that's what I mean. What happens is the price alert window will pop up on your screen. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'm going to see the last one right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I'm away from my computer. But when I hear that sound, I can come racing back and see what alert happened. And that really goes for any alert. The whole idea of our sound alerts is that you put a different sound on the different windows that you're using. So no, you shouldn't have. No, I want to caution people: don't have 10 alert windows and 4 multi-strategy windows, and like don't have so much stuff going at once all at the same time. You'll never get anything done. But the idea of having a sound alert is that when you hear the sound alert, you'll know which window to look at. So that's obviously you would want to have the same sound alert for every window. But this specific one, for me, it'll just pop up on my screen so I cannot miss it. Didn't think so, Pepe. Yeah, but I always like to defer to somebody who knows more than I do about the anchored VWAP or the VWAP in general. So CHRS, okay, CHRS. I should have. I'm sure that had a big pop, and you've probably shorted it, right? Oh, I thought this was going to be a way more expensive one. Okay. Aha! There's my wife's company, Stantec, still doing really, really well. Almost an all-time high. Okay, guys, I'm still waiting on that MNY later on. I know I had the big drop, but it has come right back up. It's could be one of those that later on in the afternoon, if it's hanging around this area and get some volume. I mean, it's really, really choppy right now. But if it can settle down a little bit right around that 4 level later on and then start, get some volume, it may start to have another run. It's all about what looking left. That's all. That's the only reason I care about it. I have no idea what they do. I mean, I know it's something to do with financials in Singapore, but I have no fundamental. I have no idea. So this lending club, where did it get to? I think I put a price alert right around here, the 624 mark. And what did it get to? It got to 620. Oh, just reset my price alert. 625 now. All right, guys. So CLCO is, I don't know, it's inching its way back. CLCO. This is an earnings play, kind of inching its way back. Spread is not terrible. I think MNY is sort of at the VWAP, isn't it? 375. Yeah, so in that VWAP area. Okay, let's do a little money management, okay? I'm going to take, and I may get stopped out almost immediately, but that's okay. I just want to demonstrate. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to go, yeah, the spread's not terrible. So I'm going to click on buy and send. So there I'm in at entry at 370. I'm going to put my stop at 350 and I'll explain why I'm doing all this. And when I do that, you're going to see a red line appears on the chart that should say approximately minus 100. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, not minus 97.50. Okay, so how I trade is I will have a checklist and everything has to be checked before I'll take the trade. So most of the things are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of a price range I like. It's going to have a minimum volume that I need. It's probably going to have a minimum relative volume that I need. So a lot of the things are already checked for me. And then of course I click on an alert and then I check to see, okay, if I took this trade right now, where is my stop? In other words, if it doesn't work, where am I going to get out of this trade if it doesn't work for me? Because guess what? Not all trades are going to work. So the way I trade is, typically I'll take a look at a 15-minute chart and I'll check to see where I think there's a support area. Support meaning, a lot of action at a certain price. So if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Now, if I were starting out new, because my idea of support and somebody else's idea of support could be different, but I might maybe try. And again, this is why I think you should practice in the simulator before you actually commit money to the market. Is maybe use the low of the previous 5 minute candle. Okay, why? Well, that's a defined number. There's no guesswork, and see how that works. Maybe the low of the previous 15 minute candle or 10 minute candle. It's just something that at least gives you an idea about how to put a stop in it and see what starts to work for you. That's the first step. You know, if I'm going to take this trade, where am I getting out if it doesn't make sense? Or well, if it goes against me. So in the simulator, I put 20 cent stop. Okay, I put the stop. You can see I got in at 370. I put the stop 20 cents away on purpose just to make the math super simple. So that's the first step. So again, I'm not in this trade. Okay, this is just for demonstration purposes. So the next step then is that okay, if my stop is 20 cents away, realistically, where could this go before it hits the next high on the weekly chart or the daily chart? So if I'm in this one and I have a 20 cent stop, the only way I would take the trade is if I looked left and I saw that it had at least 40 cents that it could go until it hit the next high on the daily chart or the weekly chart. Why? Well, if I'm going to, then that means I could risk 20 cents to maybe make 40 cents. Okay. 2 to 1. If I figure out that my stop is 20 cents away, and then I look left, and the next high is 5 cents away. I'm not going to risk 20 cents to try to make 5 cents. That's why you always hear me all day long. Look, I'm looking left, looking left, looking left to see where could it go until it hits that next high. So that's how I trade. Okay. So let's say it all worked out. Yeah, I can take that trade because it all works out for me. How many shares am I going to take? Hopefully, it makes sense that if you've got a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why it says approximately 97.50. Okay, and that is what's going to share size me. Why did I take 500 shares? Well, simple math now. My entry is 370. My stop is 350. That's 20 cents away. If I get stopped out, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Conversely, if I'm risking $100 on the trade and I have a 20 cent stop, if I divide 20 cents into $100, you get 500 shares. Now, the way I trade is that I don't vary my risk amount by very much from trade to trade. I'm not going to risk 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep it, as close as I can to the same amount every trade that I'm risking. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why I wanted to keep the math simple. Risking 20 cents, so we get 500. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with your risk amount. You know how to do all that with your risk amount to point at your risk amount. And then all you have to do is input your entry and your stop, and that'll automatically calculate approximately how many shares you should take. Okay. Now, if it's some kind of a really crazy fast moving stock, it's going to be more difficult. But this is as a guide. So that now in the simulator, unless you can make money in the simulator, please don't try to trade live. Now, the problem is in the simulator, if you can make money, it doesn't necessarily translate to making money live. I mean, because there's slippage, there could be slippage involved and things like that. So, but I can almost guarantee if you can't make money in a simulator when there's no emotion, no pressure, no nothing, I get stopped out of this trade. Oh well, it's not real money. So now you're starting to trade live. You've been able to make money in a simulator. and you get all excited and you take a few trades and you do obey your stop if you get stopped out. But and this is going to happen. You'll get into a trade and you're really excited about it because there's even news. Now, news is not a reason for my taking a trade. It is what I call a bone. Look at this market go, guys. It's what I call a bonus. If there happens to be news, okay, it's a bonus. Obviously, if I'm going long, the news is good. Okay, it happens to be a bonus, but it's not one of the boxes I have to check. So you get into the trade, the room is talking about it. There's news. You're really excited about it, but it does. But you know what? It starts drifting down to your stop price. And so instead of obeying your stop price, because you think, you know what, this is going to bounce. It's no way it's not going to do well. So your $100 loss turns into two, three, four, $500 before you eventually kick yourself for not obeying your stop, and you get out of the trade with a far bigger loss than you should have. Now, there's no excuse for not getting out of trade. In the old days, there could have been sort of an excuse because commissions were really tough. High commissions, both selling and buying and selling. Commissions are either non-existent or so cheap. So that's not a reason to not get out of a trade because I don't want to pay the commission. Now, almost as worse. Look at this Cava and AUTL now. Almost as bad though is not obeying your stop. You're down $300-400, and then it does turn around. Now you're up $200 or $300, and you basically congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And that can happen. Of course, it can happen. Any stock can turn around. But my advice though, I don't try to give too much advice on trading other than money management. But to me, money management is so critical if you want to last. Okay, sure, you get the odd one that can turn right around for you by not obeying your stop, but a lot of times that's not going to happen. And you keep watching that go down, 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 and it could be basically a great way to blow up your account. Well, that's it, guys. Practice trading. You can practice trying, the low of the 5-minute candle. You can maybe try to size up yourself where you think there might be a support area. If you're trading like me, looking left to see where it could go before it hits the next high. Meanwhile, Cava just continues. I did not take this one, but look at this. I mean, there was the alert at 12:07 at 11:03 Eastern Time. I did not take it. 12:07, it got down to 10:47. Lots of shares available. MSS halted. You can't. Okay, I don't have that as a halt. Oh, I do right now. Okay. I did not have that as a halt anywhere. Oh, way back when. It halted at 10:32. That was a long halt. Well, I don't know. I don't know. It wasn't a news halt. It was not a news halt. So I don't know if you could have really found any news on this one at all. But I know they closed a private placement last week. But it's halted now. It is halted now. And that's a bad halt in terms of where it could open. Okay, 1385. It's halted at 2025. Again, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. It is a common sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, here's another one just getting crushed here, down 25%. It didn't really trade in the pre-market. So I don't know if they didn't get approval. They seek FDA okay. This was in the pre-market though. Okay. I mean, this news I'm seeing in the pre-market, and that was actually yesterday. So maybe they didn't get the approval. All right, guys, it's 11:40, so in about 20 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm it'll be Michael in our YouTube room. Interesting. We don't often get an ETF in our AI, but this is XME. Look at the market just ripping here, guys. They must have not got the approval they were looking for. And that's the only thing I can think of. They were submitting for a license application to the US FDA. That was yesterday. Well, that, eyes, can you see my screen? It's right there. Abnormal option activity. Right in front of you, right there. I guess I know. I think you say your screen is too small, or sometimes you can't see, but it's right there. Abnormal option activity. Well, something is happening. The original alert to a potential short was at 399 at 11:34. What CRDO? Ooh, this got a little bit of room, guys. The CRDO has got a little bit of room. When I say a little bit of room, the next low looking left is about 40 cents away. So it's got a little bit of room. Okay, look at GME. Interesting. See if there's any sort of, other than maybe it's the meme stock today. There is the next high looking left on the daily is at 1350. Yeah, the RNA is still hanging around the 7 mark. Now, Steve Gomez is a big look at the Cava. Not in it, not in it. Why am I not in it? Don't know. So Steve Gomez is a real proponent of the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So that could stall it, but if it breaks through it, and it's basically it's the same as the 8 EMA right now anyway. Now again, I do use pre-market data. Okay, now you see what's happened. It's showing up now, GME. Remember I said it had to get up to 150% in terms of volume, option volume? The last time we looked at the option volume for GME was like something like 67,000. So, in just a very short period of time, there's a ton of option activity for GME, a ton of option activity. Oh man, I'm kicking myself now for not being in this cabin. 46%, guys, 46% down now for the CABA. Wow, breakdown through 10 now. Okay, so it is Michael. Yeah, Michael will be in our YouTube room in about a little less than 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Not there yet, but when I put myself on mute, you can head over to YouTube. I'm a buyer. CABA at 2. Okay. So this MSS is still halted. It's a long halt, 10 minutes now, over 10 minutes now. Hutu. All right, HTOO. I keep looking to see if there's anything even to do with the memers, the apes, whatever, with GameStop. Now getting right into that high now, 1350. I mean, if it took out 1350, the next high is 1376. Meanwhile, HTOO, what's the float in this one? 12 million in the float. Another one of these Dublin companies, which I think is just a tax break or yeah, tax haven. So this SLRN is an all-time low. We had a trigger a long time ago. It actually, wow, actually, the trigger was at, or the alert price was 610 right here. But look what it did. Popped all the way back up to 7. It's coming back down now. Maybe if it takes out underneath 6, then you may get interested in shorting this thing. An all-time low, SLN, SLRN, sorry. 98,000 shares available, Interactive Brokers, but it will be an all-time low. Hey guys, I'm going to put myself on mute for about 2 or 3 minutes. This is just before Michael takes over. I will be right back. Actually, I'll put my announcement. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Okay, so he's not there yet. What time is it? 7:55. So in about 5 minutes, I'm sure Michael will show up. All right, guys. Don't see anything. Anything happened while I had to take the pooch out. HTOO, so it got up to 134, pulled back. There's a VWAP right there at 115. I don't see any new highs now for GME. Did that mean it? And I continue to watch this MNY. I just want to see if it has a late day charge through 4. It's super choppy though. I mean, it is ugly right now. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. Very, very ugly. But you never know. Later on in the day, if it takes out 4 with some volume. Good morning or afternoon, what time zone you're in our YouTube room. Bazage, if I pronounce that correctly. Now I'll be taking off in about a minute or so, okay? Somebody else will take over in our YouTube room though. Meanwhile, Kava continues to get just absolutely creamed here. Oh, this for me, this is today's zine for me, XENE, not being in this one. Oh. So, I mean, here it was on the 10-day daily breakdown at 12:07. So at 11:03 Eastern, 12:07. And then later on, 11:16. But 13 minutes later at 11:50. So he had 2 opportunities. All right, guys, just waiting for Michael to show up. Maybe keep an eye on this CLCO. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's not very dynamic, but you never know. It's kind of just, hanging around this area. 22 million in the float, so it's not a high float, not a low float, but not crazy low, I should say. It's pretty low, but not crazy low. out of this is the one out of Bermuda, tax purposes. It's an earnings play. There he is, Mr. Michael Nelson. Okay, guys, so Michael just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. Michael, how you doing this morning? Or is it
What's going
afternoon?
on?
Is it after? Yeah, it's afternoon for you, of course.
1 p.m. for
101.
me.
101, yeah.
That's right.
So when are you shorting GME?
Soon.
Soon.
Every time it goes up, right? There's only one way it can go. Only one way it can go back, and that's down. So,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Yeah, it's an interesting run today. I have to admit, I haven't seen a run like this for quite a while.
must be
I
some
was
news
just
or
checking to
something.
see if there's any news on it at all. You know, even if it was meme news, but I can't see anything on it. So,
These things are beaten up so much, right? You're gonna have these dead cat bounces on the way down. Just gonna have to.
mhm.
So, it doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't. Again, I wouldn't get too hyped. Actually, you can see I have AMC up because I was just seeing is this a meme rally? But
Mhm.
no, AMC's new all-time lows again today.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like it's that. It kind of looks like it's just them.
I mean,
For
GME has earnings next week, but or on the 6th, December 6th. I mean, I'm sure that's not going to be the reason, but no, it's but I just haven't seen a move like this for a long time, even in this stock. That's all. So,
yeah, no,
but
and
giving us
especially
a
with
good
no,
opportunity to look at a short though. You see where it's stalled right around 1150 or sorry, 1350, and there's a high right at 1350. So
yeah, that's
anyway,
actually what I was looking at. This right, you got this topping tail back here, and then you got this one right here. So
exactly.
it's probably gonna piddle out here somewhere.
Okay, my friend, I will let you go and I'll
Yep.
see you in about an hour.
All right. Talk to you then.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you're new here, just FYI, Barry, we give him some much needed time off. Take a little break. Go have 72 beers. Um, and then we open up the room for live Q&A. So for the next little bit, just ask any question you can think of. If you're interested in trade ideas and you want to know something about it, or if you're stuck with trade ideas and you need a little help, that's what we on these lessons. So the generally we don't have much prepared, just because right, we want to make sure there's room for questions. The um, over, uh, yeah, and to be honest, really, other than looking at Barry's GME, this is the first kind of look I've had in the market all day. I've had my head down working on other stuff, and anyone who knows me knows I'm a swing trader, so I really only focus on the close anyway. So in the meantime, you're gonna watch me do some of my homework. This area, I highlighted this on Twitter last night. This area right here still seems to be coming into play. We have this prior high in September, technically. I think it's September 1st. That was that swing high before things started to push lower. And we broke that 4 days ago. And ever since then, I just zoom in a little bit. Ever since then, we've just been consolidating sideways, struggling to break out or to break down. And this is good because a big, massive rally from here, right? So technically speaking, I think you definitely want to see this kind of action, right? The market when it moves, it either has to at some point has to consolidate sideways or pull back. And as someone comes along, a whole bunch of things from all the way back down here, uh, consolidating sideways is nice. Plus, I am looking to add more on a breakout. So if we get some consolidation, we may get some consolidation in some other names, right? So another thing that I do, this is a setting that will be out for you guys very soon. I talked about, I showed this off, I think, last week. It's available in the web currently, but it's something we wanted to roll out to the download apps. Go to the web here. You can see we have this dashboard that I really love called the Sector Scope 360. This basically just looks at a symbol list of different sectors. So if we look through here, you can get a quick glance at what's going on overall in the market. So this is something that I hit first, pretty much right away. Like you're kind of seeing what I'm looking at to get started. Because again, I haven't looked too much at the market so far. And you can get some pretty good themes from just we're focusing on this screen right here. Trying to look at what's happening. We have UNG down again. Right? UNG broke out of that little base a while ago, and it's been struggling ever since. We have China down, uranium a bit, but about flat, and XLV is healthcare. So everything else is up. Like this is basically kind of what you want to see. We've got solar up, we've got gold up, we've got utilities up, we've got anything that's kind of interest rate sensitive, like real estate. All of this is up. Just these four sectors down, and not really down too much. Again, UNG has just been getting killed and killed and killed. So this doesn't surprise me at all, right? Anyone who's been following this UNG, this is why I am not a revision to the mean guy. This is why I'm a trend trader. From 32 down to 5 now on the at all-time lows. Oof, yeah, not good. Just getting a bit of a theme, getting a view on the market. For your AV web scans, is there a way to restrict the results to a specific symbol? No, not at this time. You're going, um, so we'll go into here, and this is basically just what I was showing off. You can do the same. So these scans, these heat maps, you can actually, when it's out for you guys, restrict these to a certain list. This is a little bit more detailed list. This is my personal list of what it is that I like to keep an eye on. Um, and in that list, it looks like AIE, so insurance is down, healthcare is down. What's kind of interesting to me is that MDY is our mid caps. That's also down. And I don't see IWM on this list. So it makes me wonder if I go to IWM, which is our small caps, yeah, barely up. Nice looking chart, but barely up. And MDY, which again is our mid caps down. So small cap is up to 2 billion. 2 to 10 billion mid caps, and then anything over 10 billion is large caps. So that's struggling, but really nice push on the large caps. So again, we just showing me, okay, now I know what sectors are hot. I know what market caps are doing well. These higher market caps seem to be doing well today. So if I'm interested in buying something, to me, it would make sense to go focus on large, large cap companies that are either in the metal space because those are doing well, or are sensitive to interest rates. Right? So AG is first majestic silver. Silver has just been doing phenomenal. You can see down here as well. That's kind of my look. So yeah, anything in the Market Explorer is not customizable this time. Your question, there is an addition planned for where we're going to basically put the Market Explorer windows into these top lists, so you'll be able to do some filtering and some sorting and that type of stuff. Right now, they're just kind of bone stock. I actually have to thank you for reminding me about that. I haven't noted this. Uh, Confusing to me how we can stay up here. volume dropping off. Again, that's exactly what you'd wanna see. A lot of people, they have this in their head that what goes up must come down in some way, and that's not at all the case. Um, Markets trend more than they don't, so it makes sense to me, and this actual volume falling off in the market is what you wanna see. It means there is no aggressive selling going on. Quite often, you will see stocks have higher volume around turning points, and then volume will taper off. A little easier to see. Volume will generally taper off as the trend persists. This isn't a rare phenomenon at all. It's actually more or less you can kinda see how market works. Here's a pretty clear right here at this bottom, you can see the increase in volume, and as we drift up, volume dies off. Exactly what you wanna see. It means that there is no really aggressive interest in selling, and generally speaking, we're seem to be setting up something that could be described as a bull flag right up here. So generally, within bull flags, if you see, right, this is your bull flag pattern, you have the move up, which is the flag bull, you have some consolidation sideways. During that sideways consolidation, you want to see volume die off. And then on the breakout, ideally, you wanna see a little spike here. But yeah, this is great. So relative volume, we're right on par. Relative volume is 0.91. We're doing just as about as much at this time of day for volume that we generally do. And right, we're holding over resistance. It also makes sense that we're chilling out here a bit because we're about to make a run at all-time highs, which, man, it sucks to be a perma bear. Because, man, at some point, if you're a perma anything, especially a perma bear, though, at some point you're wrong. Like, it's just the way it is. There will be a point in the near future where you are just not right. Markets generally move higher. Size, oh, using a remote here. Yeah, that's kind of exactly what we want to see. Do you believe we need a pullback? No, markets definitely don't ever need to pull back in any way, shape, or form, or respect ever. In fact, the healthiest markets are the ones who don't pull back. You got to remember what a pullback like. Let's just take a look at how markets move here. You have an impulse, right? This is someone is buying this stock for some reason. Let's say there's a earnings event, or the company releases a new product, or whatever it is. Now, what causes a pullback like that? Well, that is profit taking. People coming in and taking profits. And then also, if the market is pulling back, it means that buyers are not that aggressive. They're not putting out their bid saying, "Yes, I'm waiting for some sort of a better price to get in." That's why the deeper the pullback, the more of a chance it's a reversal, right? We wanna see shallow pullbacks. Well, what if something pushes up and then just kinda moves like this, what we're seeing in the market right now? That means, A, there's not a lot of profit taking going on, which means that people don't think the market as a whole doesn't think that this is the high of the security, because it's not pulling back. So there's no aggressive selling saying, "Hey, well, man, I got a good trade. Let me take all my money." More people are saying, "Oh, I think this thing has legs." The other thing it could mean is that there are buyers that are not letting it pull back, right? Where a pullback end is just where uh, buyers overwhelm sellers again. So you have this push down in the market, so I'll flip it on its head. Then you had this rally back up. So the reason this rally failed is because the investing group believed that this high was not sustainable, that we are not going to hold that high forever, that this was going to be, I want to get my profits out before this high hits, right? So I want to sell, I want to sell, I need to sell, I need to sell. Also, it means that there aren't buyers that are willing to step up at this price. So then you get the trade lower. So if the market pulls up and just stays sideways for a couple days, it means A, a lot of sellers pushing the market down, and or we never know which one. B, the markets there's bidders. So every little pullback we see bidders. So if you go into the intraday chart right now, you can really, really see that. In which weekly, not an intraday chart. You can see that action pretty clearly with every time we get any kind of a dip in the morning, that's getting bought up. We have another dip, let's get right dip in the morning, spot up. Gap down in the morning, spot up. Down in the morning, it's bought up. This just means that buyers are waiting for any discount. They don't need a major discount because they think that this is a pretty fair price for it. This is again exactly what you want to see, uh, in my opinion, to be a healthy market. There's you got the sell volume, which means hey, no one's really aggressively trading one way or the other. You don't have a pull down in price. I mean, no one is waiting for the thing to buy it. Right? So the healthy are the ones that do not pull back. All right, gonna fire off a few questions. Um, yes, we're working on that indicator where you can set the beginning of it currently. You can obviously draw yours at any time, right? You can just right click and you can draw a view wherever you want. I know I mentioned the market floor window recently. You can't filter that, but again, that's something that's being worked on. Oh, and then a little typo, yeah, big deal. But yeah, eventually the game plan is to merge the Market Explorer window and the topless window together. So basically, what will happen is this will create a symbol list that you can kind of subscribe to, and then you can filter this down. You won't be able to extend it out, but you'll be able to filter it down. For those who don't know, the Market Explorer is kind of a really very intensely powerful part of trade ideas. But because it's so intense, we can't allow users to go in and kind of customize and to change it because even as it is now, it takes up a lot of CPU processing, right? So something like TI Strength, for example, is running uh, you know, probably a couple hundred lines of code against the entire stock market every 30 seconds, right? You can just imagine anyone who's a computer nerd what processing power that's required to do every day. And then we have nearly, you probably near 100 market explorer strategies. Maybe that's not too much, maybe more like 50-ish. The so the all of these different scans take a lot of power. Right? They're really really intensive to use. So then, if we build A, too many of them, or B, allow people to kind of mess with them too much, then that creates a bit of an issue. Right? So the idea behind it too, right? The idea behind it is being able to give you a a very simple kind of way to make sure that um, you don't need to go and do all this stuff. The idea of the Market Explorer is we're kind of giving you things that we think are very important for what it is that you're trying to do. Right? Looking for AView app scans, I scoured, for example. I'll just use this example, right? I read Brian Shannon's book, and I went and I hung out with him a fair amount. We chatted, and look at the scans, give feedback. You know, so I kind of built this with the guy who then popularized the indicator based off his, kind of best-selling book about it. Like, the idea is for a lot of people who like really want to I wanna trade a VWAP stuff. I don't really wanna sit there and build my own. Alright. Oh, if there are no questions currently, I think I got them all there. I'm going to be back at it. Where were we? Oh, yes, we had looked at no, I was explaining that, yes, we're gonna have the heat map functionality in the downloaded version very, very soon as well. It may be as early as this week or a little bit into next, but we got our feel and we said that, "Hey, pretty much everything's up." Not a lot, and it seems like the market is favoring large caps over small caps. It also seems that the market is, favoring interest rate sensitive securities, you call them. So, sound is cutting out, is it? The only one I hear, um, yeah, unplug my mic, plug it back in, see? There, I unplugged my back in. I hope that looks like it's working. I can also do a little recording, I guess, on my end and test. Alright, so I'm testing the recording here as well, excited to see one person confirm that. See if that's having any problems. I'm gonna listen to this recording. I didn't hear any cutout in that. Maybe unplugging it and plugging it back in fixed it. Let me know. FOMO is getting me tempted into gold and silver miners. Always be if you're even starting the sentence with FOMO is getting me too, I would, I would probably use that as a little bit of a lesson to yourself, right? Your own brain's trying to tell you something. If FOMO is giving you any problems for that kind of stuff, so uh, yeah, gold's a little bit too much. I've been buying. Uh, I've been talking about this for a while. I've been buying gold for a very long period of time. The monthly chart here, if you go back years, is very interesting. We're breaking out into new high territory, which is always what you want to see if you're bullish. But a little bit done from 180. So that'd be what 1800 to 1900, right? Or 180 to 190. That's a lot for gold in and of itself, right? That's a lot for a security that's pretty not volatile, right? Obviously, you know, I'm just some guy on the internet, don't listen to me. But for me personally, that would be hard to stomach to kinda be buying up here. Silver has actually been lagging a little bit, which is it still looks good. I'm talking down here on the monthly chart, it's been lagging. It still looks good, but it's getting right into a pretty big area of resistance right here. And right, we were talking about gold breaking out to new highs, and this one's not, and that kind of worries me as well, right? Um, right, so you got to be careful when it comes to uh, chasing things, right? It's I know it's hard. The only kind of advice I can give about that is that, um, right, is just to make sure that that is you're cognizant of it, and we're always one thing that was advice given to me about FOMO is essentially just remember why you're doing it, where you're not doing it to make money in this trade. If this particular trade is an issue for you, then don't, um, then you're not doing it right, right? Your goal in trading is to hopefully to trade for a very extended period of and that kinda helped me anyway reframe things as, "Okay, I don't need to hit every trade, I don't need to master every trade, I don't" of course, that will never happen, but as long as everything's a bit of a learning experience going forward, then, it's okay because it's hopefully then made me a better trader, into, the long run, right, where, um yeah, the goal is to go, "Okay, I don't care that I missed gold." But, good exercise is saying, "Well, how could I not miss gold again? Or how could I, increase my likelihood that, I'm interested in this?" Right? So, this is how if you read How to Make Money in Stocks by William O'Neill, which is one of the best books, if not the best book on trading out there, in my opinion, by one of the greats. He talked a lot about how he actually got successful as trading, is he just went back over, uh, years and years and years, and always just said, "Okay, I know the companies that are doing the best now," right? And in his generation, that long ago, it would have been different. Probably would have been Walmart, Home Depot, a lot of those things. But you know now that, really amazing, successful companies from a trading point of view would be, uh companies like Tesla, companies like Apple, companies like NVIDIA, right? These are ones that if you had gotten anywhere, ELF, one that I always remember because it was probably one of my best trades. Well, hopefully not. We still have a month left, but buying this one, I think in this area right here was absolutely amazing. I'd love to say I wish I held it all into the top, but I didn't. But So what he did and what I recommend doing instead of getting FOMO on a certain position, he said, "Okay, I know what all the best companies are now. Let me take some time to" and you can just do this in our charts too, right? You just know what they are. You just bring them up on a longer term. You zoom back a little bit and he said, "Let me study some characteristics of, how this trend evolved." And then he did that for hundreds of securities in which he, went through and said, "Hey, uh" what were things that I how could I have traded this? What were things that I could have learned or could have picked up on? And that's how he built his trading philosophy, just by going through. I mean, just look at all the best winners. Let's ignore everything else because the stocks like AMC and Bed Bath and Beyond that are either going to or went to zero. I don't care about those. Let me just ignore them. Uh, with the benefit of hindsight, and then let me focus on the NVIDIAs and stuff like that. How could I have gotten some of this move, if not all of it? And this is how we build a trading style. So every time you feel FOMO of, because FOMO in my experience is a lot of like that emotion to like go. Like, I have to go. I have to do something. I have to. I missed this trade, so I have to hit a button. I got to make another trade, so that can make. And then if you're able to get around that just by saying, "Okay, I'm gonna focus on XYZ instead, and I'm gonna learn how to do it better next time by studying all of these examples and finding commonalities, it helps that emotion of I've got to do something, right? Because you are doing something. It's not right now, but you are doing something for your future to make you a better trader. Hope that makes sense. Just a little exercise, because as bad as it is, swing trading was really bad when I was day trading. That was one of my major demons, when I was day trading for a living was I would especially I was trading at a pop, right? So we're all sitting in an office, we're all trading, together in an office, and you see one guy miss this amazing move off the open, and he's up a bunch of money, and you're either up, but not as much as him, or worse, down or sideways. It was an exercise that I was taught with mentors. Okay, don't you missed it. It's noon, and everyone's talking about how great they did. Just focus on how you won't miss that trade that guy had next time, and that's what we do with trading. We try to make it so you can see these things. Like NVIDIA, I guarantee you, NVIDIA was somewhere in this area coming up on TI strength, and yes, right, you're not trying to say, "How would I get the absolute bottom here at 29?" But, even if you could've gotten in somewhere around this base breakout or this pullback right here, and that's kind of double, right? So, I'm not saying you go back and you say, "Oh, this is how it looked like at the absolute bottom, and here's how it looked like at the top." But how can you try to not miss some of that trend? Oh, the charts that have changed because of that, we'll close them down. Um, it shouldn't be there. It's something that we're testing out, and it'll be back there, later. Yeah. But I so, for me, for example, who is in gold, but, wants to be in gold more, what I'm doing, for example, is I'm setting a price alert right back at this breakout point. I'll probably put a little bit above, put it right here, because my game plan with gold is if we can pull back to this breakout area, that's gonna be my entry point. So, still breaking up. Hold on a second, guys. We're testing something here. My apologies. The cable I replaced the cable that was going from the microphone to the computer. Maybe it got fried or something, who knows? That's why you always have extras lying about. Just move this cable a little shorter, so I'll just pull the laptop in a bit. There we go. This is where you lose me. That you're likely to see pullbacks in their healthy market. Better now. Okay, perfect. So the cable is probably fried. Thank you guys. I actually have a pretty big, big heavy presentation week, so I'm glad I got that. Glad I got that sorted. Um, so yeah. So the question is: this is where you lose me? You said uh, it's less healthy for a pullback, and that's right. I stand by that. You want to see it go. And of course, it doesn't pull back. But let's say it breaks out here and it spends, let's just draw in, like, let's say the next 3 to 4 bars look like this, and then it breaks out. I'll take that setup too, right? So gold for me is just something that's going to go on a list. And if you don't know, you can add any scan that you want to a watch list just by right clicking and going to uh, where send to right here. And then these are all the kind of lists that you can make. So symbol lists, these are a bunch of lists that I have. I have an ETF symbol list. You can take a look and say, hey, these are our most recent lists. But because now that it's on my price alerts here, it will still be on this list anyway. So if it pull it, basically, I'm not going to buy it. I already did, right? I bought a bunch in here. I talked about this on my Substack and YouTube and all that stuff. The reason for that buy was the anchored VWAP from this low right here, kinda came a little bit in that zone, we broke under it, and then when we came back through it, that was really interesting to me. So, I own a bunch of gold already from, probably an average in this area, but if I'm looking to add, I'm gonna mark this pullback. I'm not just gonna buy it up here because it's up now 3 weeks in a row, 3 pretty big weeks in a row for a pretty not volatile instrument. So, I wanna make sure that I'm not chasing. So, a pullback, but that also puts it on the list. So, if there is no pullback, but there's a break. So, for example, like we were talking about with that other question, you go to the SPY, right? If I had missed the move in the SPY, I'm not gonna try to short this thing. It's an absolute rocket ship. If I'm gonna if I want to buy some of the SPY, I could put a pullback alert here, but then it also just puts that on my list. And it just says, okay, if you want to trade, if it pulls back, great. But if it doesn't, I can just check up on it once a day. So if we have this kind of sideways consolidation, if this happens for even another few days, or heck, even one, and then it looks like it's going to break out from there, that's great. Right? You just say, okay, I didn't get the pullback. I got the base break. And always go back. There's no magic to this. Everything you're doing is just trying to get in the direction of the trend, knowing that you'll be right roughly 50% of the time. Every now and then, you'll just nail a wicked trend. So the trend either goes like this, or it can go, like we talked about with the bull flag, where it just goes up and then sideways. So either way, I'm going to take. But what I'm not going to do is when the market just does this, I'm not going to buy it here. I don't think everything I do, a good mantra to kinda say to yourself, I think, with trading is, "Oh, well, let's focus on the next 1,000 trades," because that, in my opinion, is all that matters, is what's the next 1,000 trades, hopefully, in my mid-30s, hopefully, I'm doing this for a really long length of time. So, if I care enough on any given trade, I think that sucks, right? That means I am too big in one direction or another. If I'm very, very bummed when I lose, or I'm, super excited when I win, either of those things, I'm like, "Well, then I'm kinda not doing it right." Um, you know, I want to be very consistent in my trading and just take each trade based off whether or not it's in a trend and whether or not I think I got a price where I can put a logical tight stop loss and So those are the 2 kind of major setups I play. Pullbacks into certain areas. I really like pullbacks into prior highs, which we actually have, in the Market Explorer here. Right click, strategy, and these under support resistance. So retest crank up this low sensitivity when I had a lot of coffee. I feel like I should go in and lower it now that the coffee is wearing off. So Rover, for example. Yes, Rover. So this might be an interesting pullback. This is the price it broke out from, pulling back into that price. That's one way I try to grab pullbacks, and the other is the anchor DUI. So, oh, we did that again. Change that key. Let me just start to shut stuff down. Uh, Alright. Okay. Let's switch audio sources real quick and see if that helps. I didn't notice I had a um, big, I had a big back test running, and it seemed it was eating, everything my computer had. Oh, we're gonna try one more thing here too. Try to disconnect my AirPods. Maybe that's screwing it up. Okay, so let me know. Trying it again here. Some changes. Turned off that pause, that massive, back test, hopefully for later. The retaining a VWAP drawings is something that will be out very soon as well on just another build that is on its way. Uh, which is it needed a piece of functionality that basically just saved chart drawings, and then we go from there. So that fixed it. Okay. Yeah, I was crunching about like 30 years of data and stuff in the background. So I think that may hurt the old girl. Yeah, so this is one way for pullbacks, which I like, right? Just the prior breakout area, just like we talked about there with gold. I think it makes things pretty easy. Another way for pullbacks I like is all the anchored VWAP stuff. I really, really like those. Uh, I think they do a great job of really timing potential entries. I've been doing that a lot more. And then when it comes to when I'm looking for base breakouts, a lot of the ways you can do that is I can just use the at resistance supply and demand one. This is one that I really like. Let's go to Spirit S. You can see the resistance pretty clearly marked up here, where we have just drawing this line like that. Yeah, we have this $18 or so resistance on Spirit. Um, these are the way that I'll normally like to take breakouts. Is give me a clear level of resistance, and then I'll just put that on watch. Right, I'll set a price alert. That we right click price alert for 18 bucks, and then you can see if they go through. Right. The idea is that with breakouts, you got to know that you know 50 to 60% of all breakouts are going to fail, and that's just the nature of it. Nothing you can do about it. I don't think the goal is to do anything about it. I think the goal is just to make sure that you're out really quickly when they don't work and you keep going and you can stay in them as long as you can when they do. So like ELF, for example, I know this came TI Strength is another one that can do sometimes things that are breaking out of bases. ELF back in the way in the day, yeah, it was a breakout somewhere around here. I didn't catch this initial breakout, but that would have been just a very simple way to play that. So if you got in that at 33, it goes to 150 or something at its height. Uh, what else you need, right? Knowing that, hey, half the time those things are going to fail. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully we got it this time. Hopefully we got the issues. But yeah, it's one thing I try to encourage traders a lot is to really kind of get your head out of the minutia as much as you can. And I think like YouTube in a lot of cases is a big problem for this, right? You see a lot of those like videos of um, the you'll see YouTube videos like, oh, I added this chart to my this indicator to my screen and that indicator, and when this line crosses this line, I buy, and when this line crosses this line, I sell. And it's just not that easy. More importantly, in my opinion, the focus should be on um, very simple but known trading styles and philosophies. Like very simple being things trend. That's why technical analysis work. It's why actually, which is always interesting because me and Barry trade so differently. It's why what I do works from a swing trading point of view, but it's also why Barry's trading style works. And that's because we get this, we're looking for this break, right? We're looking for some trend to continue. Now he's looking for short-term momentum to continue. Uh, for me, I'm looking for a longer-term momentum to continue in some way, right? So if you've decided that you're going to be a trend trader, that's kind of step one in your trading journey done, right? You can either be a trend trader, so you're looking for things to move in the direction they already came in, or you can be what people call a revision to the mean trader and use some sort of average and say, hey, this has gotten too far one way or the other. Either way obviously can work. Both ways can work. My suggestion, what I think being a trend trader is an easier life because you're not trying to pick tops and bottoms. I just think that's an easier existence overall, but obviously entirely up to you. And then once you tick that box, you go, okay, I've decided I'm going to be a trend trader. Well, then now all the revision to the mean tools you can just throw out. And this is to me, it's a more important exercise than trying to figure out what to do. especially in the day of the internet where you can access all of the information in the world. I think a more important journey is saying, okay, let me try to figure out what not to do. So if I am a revision or if I'm a trend trader, then all of the revision to mean tools completely out the window. So now my job as a trend trader is to figure out three things basically, right? One is going to be what is a trend. Two is at what point am I going to get involved in that trend, and three is at what point am I going to get out or bail out of that trend. And now when you've boiled that part down, then things just become way, way, way easier. So, for example, we're on the at resistance scan. Uh, you may just say, okay, well, I want to be a trend trader who trades breakouts, right? I trade breakouts and pullbacks myself, but maybe you're like, hey, I'm new. I just want to trade breakouts. So, A, how do you define a trend? Right? So, this might be a good scan for it, where you're basically looking for stocks in the high end of their 6 month range. You say, hey, a stock within its high end of 6 month range, maybe the trend. You may just do the traditional higher high, higher low thing. You could use moving averages, right? We have an 8 period and a 21 period here for no other reason than I'm testing something that I saw online. Um, but you could say, hey, when the 8 is over the 20 and both of them are pointed up like this, that's the way I'm going to define trend. So then how do I get into a trend? It might just be, I'm going to look for breakouts of resistance areas that I find on this at resistance scan. And then how long am I gonna stay in the trend? You could say something simple like, I'm gonna stay in until the stock closes below its 21 EMA or whatever EMA fits the time horizon that you want to hold. And bam, there's a trading plan. Right? And that's it. It's going to be that, simple. I like the saying, I forget where I heard this originally, but the trading is simple but not easy, right? 'Cause the devil's gonna be all in the details. There's going to be a lot of, uh, how do you make sure that you're adhering to these? The devil's in the details when it comes to things like risk management. How much am I gonna risk on any given trade? All of those. The devil's gonna be in where, there's periods of time where buying breakouts in stocks just will not work on a swing trading time horizon. Won't. You'll have weeks or months which every single breakout you take is gonna stop you out. And that again, that's why it's important that you build these things yourself because you gotta be okay with that. That's kinda what you're getting paid for is to undergo that pain. Knowing that once, twice a year, you grab an ELF, and if you're adhering to your rule of, "I'm not gonna close it until it closes below," that you maybe get a double or a triple at that point. And if the rest are you win a little bit, you lose a little bit, you win a little bit, you lose a little bit, but then every now and then you snag 1 or 2, well, that's again, that's the living, right? That's the good living that we can make off this game. But right, so we just basically we built a trading plan, and I bet if you took that, probably work. And if you want to add shorts to it, you would just grab trading strategy, where was it? Support and resistance, and then add work daily. Right, so WFRD, it's seeing the support here at 90. Now I would say, well, this isn't really a trend, so I'm not too interested in it. Let me actually sort this, or let me go to the ones that are lower down. Let's look at IBKR. Is this in a downtrend? I thought it was no. So that you would look at this and say, okay, well, this is just the opposite of that. Here's some support right here. You're looking for a breakdown of that support. You have the moving averages kind of moving the way we were talking about. So you would just calculate, okay, well, there's the 21. So that, I'd roughly risk about this amount and crunch that number and away you go. So now you have a very basic long, short trend following system, right? Uh, and again, it should be that simple not to say it will be easy, right? Because again, there'll be times that none of it works. The market's chopping around. You don't get any moves in any direction for any extended period of time, but that's just the way it works. Yes, Willie, I did answer about your scan there. Just close down those charts that have changed or go into the indicator tab and delete that indicator, and just that will be corrected in a few days when the server runs an update. That's something that we will announce soon. Um, yeah, so just close them down for now. What's the definition of a failed breakout? A failed breakout, there's no actual definition. It's just right, so if we're looking at IBKR here, and this thing breaks down but then pushes higher, that's the definition of a failed breakdown. The specific definition is gonna be to each person, right? You know, if you're risking to the high of this candle, then when it broke the high of that candle, you probably consider that a failed breakdown. If someone's risking to the high here of the base, they'd probably take that as a failed breakdown. I should say it's just a different based off of each individual person. Um, but yeah, Will, you just stumbled across something that's not ready to be stumbled across quite yet, but it shall be soon. Yeah, so there's not a really specific number of days or weeks. It's just kind of, you take a breakout. What was the other one we were looking at? Nerds, was it? NRDS? Is that the NRDS? Yeah, so it's just a breakout, right? So you'd get a break at 12, and then it would just kind of crash back down. Again, you got to understand that half ish, it may be more, will do that. And if that's just the demon you take, right? So I think I've said this a few times before, but in the CMT, in the chartered market technician, we actually do a study where we look at the history of all of these hedge funds that have to report their returns. There are a lot of funds that have to report their returns. And they basket them to this is a trend following hedge fund, and this is a revision to the mean hedge fund. And the everything kind of hovers around the same price or area. And what I mean by that is that a trend following systems and all of these are the hedge funds, right? The scary people that Wall Street bets want to make you think are out to get you, but they're not, of course. They don't care about you in any way, shape, or form. But these are the kind of best of the best. And what they find is that breakout or trend following hedge funds have a very low win rate, but a very high um, risk to reward. So, just like we talked about, with nerds, if you took a breakout of 12 and your stop was 11, right? You're risking $1. And if you zoom out on this one, especially here's a monthly chart, right? Where it got to 20. But let's say it just breaks and it gets into this gap and it goes to like 13 or so. That's a 2 to 1 risk reward. If it gets to 15, it's a 5 to 1 risk reward. Um, and that kind of thing that you'll see that quite often when it comes to trend traders. And then revision to the mean traders, it is just the complete and utter opposite of that, where it is they have a very high uh, win rate because the market does do a lot of this stuff, right? So if you got really good at kind of timing these bottoms, you could have a really high win rate. Or if you just say, hey, I'm going to bid as the market pushes lower, and if I get any kind of profit at all, I'm out. So that's why they notice revision to the mean funds of a very, very high win rate, but the risk reward is generally sub one. They're shorting something or buying something, and they're risking $1, and maybe they make only 50 cents on that dollar that they have risk, but they do that with a 60 or 70% win rate. That's why I always say when traders kind of talk about what style they want to do it, it has to do more with how often do you need to be right? Because quite often how it works is that the more you need to be right, the worse your risk reward will win. If you ever go to a website that says we have an 80% win rate, well, that means just guarantee you either they're lying or that means that they are risking, a dollar to make 50 cents or to make 25 cents. And you can have an 80% win rate, which mentally would be fine for some people. Just means that every time you have a losing trade, you need 2 to 3 winning trades to start getting back into profit. Whereas the trend trader may say, I have a 30% win rate, but right, when I'm right, because of the way I look at things, I get 3 or 4 of these these ELF trades a year. You're like, okay, well, if I can do that, and it's just whether or not you're okay with kind of getting hit with that. Right? There a scan column for definitions, header definitions. Well, if it's the Market Explorer, they should be fairly self-explanatory. If you're looking for the individual, if you're looking for something like, do this, where you're looking for let's turn this back into a top list, and you're looking for the ones in a top list you made, you just right click and hit configure, and then find the name of that column. Like, for example, under the search tab, you can go relative volume, and then when you hover over, it, just hit help, and that will open up the browser for you, and the browser will explain, right? This is relative volume, and here's a nice explanation of what that means. Oh, good, my ad block update. Lost you there at the end. Oh, um, Barry will be back in a moment, and I will take a look at whatever's
I am
happening.
actually here. Yeah, you're sort of breaking up quite a bit.
Yeah, I tried a bunch of things. I took my AirPods out, replaced the cable to my mic. I don't know what's going on. I do have a new computer on the way, and it
I
is
know, Michael, and
and
I
it
know
is
it,
a
it hurts you. I know, but
oh, it hurts. It's a Windows machine. Ugh.
never had a Mac, so I don't know. I don't know the agony you're going through, but
It's just more of like the eco. So, like, if someone texts
yeah,
me, it pops up on my computer, and I start an email on my phone, I can finish it. It's just the whole pulling me out of that. But yeah, the some of the quant stuff I'm doing, it needs a lot of RAM and
yeah.
Windows.
So I heard.
So I'm either I was looking at I either gotta start paying like $500-600 a month for an AWS, or I just buy a couple $1,000 computer, and it's
Right.
like as much as it pains me, it's like just a much better option. So we'll see. We'll see if I can tolerate it. Maybe that should be a YouTube series or something.
Exactly. How I switched from Mac to a PC, and I loved it.
Yeah,
Something
I
like that.
guarantee you that won't. That last
You
one.
never know, Michael. You never know. Okay, my friend, listen, I'll let you go. I got to get back in both
Cool.
rooms now. So thanks so much for spelling me, and we'll see you next
Alright.
week.
Talk to you then.
Okay. Guys, let me get my. So you guys should see. Okay, just give me one moment. Just get my music going. And get rid of the announcement. Yeah, that's a heck of an alert. I'm just catching up now to see what you guys were doing while I was on my break. Yeah, heck of an alert by Shady on the Kava. Tremendous bounce. I can see now, now I'm reading what he said. Yeah, I mean, you can look, there's a bottoming tail, another smaller one. And then, yeah, I guess you could have had a trigger. I don't know what your trigger was, Shady. You probably pointed it out. Your trigger could have been about 10, just over the high of that candle, 1031, with a stop. Yeah, it would have been a pretty wide stop. But yeah, the bottom of that candle, an 80-cent stop. But that went $1.60. Definitely went $1.60. So 2 to 1. No, that MNY has been, I mean, it's still a mess, guys. I mean, I almost took that. I was sitting here after my break, and I was sitting here. I saw the break of 4. I thought, okay, watch it for a bit, watch it for a bit. Kept looking at the bid ask, and I didn't really, sort of 406, 402, 405. I thought, okay, let's get a little bit higher, clear that 4 level, and then look what happened. So this is still really, really choppy and messy. I'm not sure that this is going to take out 4 later on with any sort of resolve. So the 7-year treasury notes auction going on now. Okay, that's what somebody asked in our YouTuber, Willie. So I guess it's the 7-year treasury notes auction. So that's causing the market to give a little bit of some tankage. As long as it doesn't tank, so they go out of business. IKBR, Interactive Brokers. Actually, you probably meant IBKR, right? Yeah. Yeah. Just don't go out of business, okay? Interactive Brokers opens crypto trading for retail clients in Hong Kong. Well, remember what I was when I was talking about this CWEN? I thought maybe this could stall it. Not even close. So that actually moved quite nicely. CWEN, CWEN. Now this crazy one. This is the one that did a reverse split today, I believe. CMMD. This does not normally happen the day of. I don't know if they try to come up. Oh yeah, look at this. Now I want to make sure these guys did the reverse split today, right? CNMD. Yeah, 1 for 30. Effective. Okay, so well, you don't often see this, guys. I mean, they did the reverse split, but they also announced news the day of. So it's really, help pop it. Sometimes they wait a bit if they're going to do something like this. So, but you can see that that just helped the stock a lot, making that announcement, trading higher. The company announced results from its weight loss and metabolic disorder program. All right, guys. NEUW, guys. I'm sorry, NUWE. This used to be a very active stock a few months ago, trying to come back a little bit here. A lot of volume coming into NUWE right now. Well, I think it was more the 7-year note auction, Trader 77 and Willie, because that's what William is saying in our main room regarding the market downturn. Yosh, YOSH. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this one would have got up to, yeah, 10. Food services and drinking places. Ugh, ugly. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, it's showing up here, so I've got to click on it, but it is ugly. Just give me a just give me a moment, guys. Was that a 10 also a reverse split today? Okay. Really? They did a reverse split today? Are you for sure? Normally when or they announced one today. The reason I say that, I mean, it's still well under a dollar. I mean, when you do a reverse split. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I still have. I'm sorry. I have NUWE. Sorry. So okay. So they did a reverse split today. Sorry about that. Where do you see the reverse split? I'm not saying it didn't happen, but where do you see the reverse split? There's an IPO back, wow, a long time ago. Fetch. I think Uriel was saying that. So Fetch has earnings after hours. Sorry, tomorrow before the market opens. FTCH. So a little bit of a big surge here. However, Farfetch Tycoon bids to take this private. Farfetch Tycoon bids to take luxury fashion site private after failed U.S. float. So that's the news on this one. Well, this news seems to be hitting right now about the Farfetch Tycoon bids to take luxury fashion site private. This seems to be hitting right now. I mean, we're right now, right here. All right, guys. I am gonna do my video now. So what time is it right now? A little after 1:15. So say about 1:25. Oops. No. Oops. Okay, guys. So I should be back by no later than 1:25. So muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Screen's going to go dark just for a second. I have to end a task. All right, yeah, look at the fetch, FTCH on that news. Look at that RNA, just how it's just sort of flatlining at $7 RNA. See that? Just flatlining right around $7. I mean, it's still up almost 14%, but man, big fall from the high of 9.24 down to 7. Who are they, William? Who are the big name tech firms? Which ones are those? Oh, okay. Yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, they're big name. Well, recognizable names. Yes. So what William is saying is that I usually shut myself down at around 3 o'clock Eastern time. Always say later if there are questions. But William will keep the main room open until 4:15. Okay. So when I go at around 3, I'll put the in YouTube or in the YouTube, I'll put the main trading room link in so you can head over and talk amongst yourselves. No screen sharing, nobody's on the mic, but you can still talk about trading amongst yourselves if you want to. Oh my goodness. Bitcoin is just schizo, isn't it? I'm just looking at it now. I mean, again, I know I'm on a bit of a delay, but up $1,300. Man, oh man. I mean, look at look how up and down this is, up and down. I mean, the trend's up. The trend is definitely up. This might turn into a bit of a short now, this SWTX. I'm watching it here at the ADMA and the 15-minute chart, kind of bumping into it. It's been trying a few times to get through it. Maybe this it won't, especially with the market kind of moving down. This might turn into a bit of a short. The SWTX is actually a great long trade at the beginning. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So I don't think we saw, at least I did not see this news. Remember, we were watching this Kaba just getting hammered down. And I didn't see this news until now, probing the serious risk of T cell malignancies in CAR cell therapy patients. Okay. So that's the reason why that went down. I didn't see that news. This is where it started to show up on IV 1222. Riven. Yeah, listen, it's a nice move. 1660, yeah, almost a dollar, a little over a dollar move. Ah, I see. I see what you're saying. So the Cybertruck is finally here for Tesla. I have a friend in Vancouver who had ordered one. I don't know. So I wonder where he is on the list. He ordered it, well, like 2.1 million reservations for this thing. My goodness. We need Arnie to get into one of these and do for it what he did with the Hummer. Or pop his head out the top here, drive down the streets. Well, let's see. Okay, this pullback now. So if you're a VWAP player, look at MOR. 525 is the VWAP. Let's see if that holds it. Okay. And because it has room. I mean, the next high is almost 6. So let's see if that VWAP holds it and pops off it. Take a look at Shady's TAL. China Education Stock. Okay, so you can see exactly what is happening here with Shady, 1155. So he's in this one now, I guess, and putting a stop at the bottom of that tail right there. That candle, the bottoming tail at 1144. So it would have to get through this little area, probably 1160, and then it has a shot to 1177. MNY is still hanging around, guys. It's still hanging around just under 4. And it has actually settled down a little bit, just a little bit. Let's see if, well, I still have an alert for over 4. I have it still. Yeah, still have an alert up here. So still holding on in this simulator. So it must have, yeah, you can see, wow. So it almost got stopped out. My stop is at 350. So you can see it got down to about 353. All right, guys. I'm actually kind of looking at Kaba one way or the other. On this break, more above 13, or breaking down below, say 11. I'm sorry, 12. Let's say 1280. I have it bracketed. See if it moves one way or the other. Okay, guys, I don't think I've had an alert for a while. 122 is the last time in the option activity scan. Same thing with the Momo scan. We're at 138 now. So I haven't had a new alert for quite a while. Well, quite a while if you're intraday trading. We were talking 17 minutes ago. That's like an eternity. Some of these names I recognize, the BKYI, way higher at one point, like way higher. We're talking a 18 cent stock now. I mean, this was up $4. This is surprising to me because this did the reverse split today, effective today, and yet there are shares available to short at Interactive Brokers, 145,000. Typically, the day of a reverse split, they just don't allow it. They just say we don't have shorts available. I would say this is maybe the first time I've ever seen this. Okay, guys. Well, again, I haven't had a new alert for a while, so good time to ask questions if you have any. Maybe this is an opportunity. I'll just go over my homepage again. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code, I'm not 100% sure, but more than likely this is going to disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, that's a 25% off. We've had all the Cyber Mondays. We've had the Black Fridays, Thanksgiving. They've all been 25% off. So you could just use this code and you'll get the 25% off. So again, I think it's going to disappear tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. I'll check tomorrow to see if it's still valid, but I don't know if it will be. So anyway, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Then the other thing is, again, I know I say this all the time, but it's very true. This is a free room. We want to keep it that way. The only way it's going to be a free room is if at some point in time, whenever you decide you want to take out a subscription, you use my promo code. That'll help to keep the room free. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, if you were in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, you would have heard Michael Noss. Michael Noss put this series of videos together, all free. So if you're looking for, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, I think this is an excellent series of videos you can take a look at. Stock of the day video that I do, free of course. Trade of the week is free. This one has worked okay. Path, P-A-T-H. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. If you subscribe to it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And here are my scans. If you're looking for my scans, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. That basically shows me the gappers, either up or down. Here's the halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan right here. Abnormal option activity is right here. I have other scans that I'm sharing. Of course, the 10-day daily breakout and down that you see on my, well, you don't see it, but it's on my other monitor. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. And if you have any questions about them, just ask me. And of course, if you take my scan and you want to tweak it, in other words, maybe you want a different price range or anything like that, of course you can do that. You're right. RNA is starting to move a little bit higher now. You're absolutely right. Coming off that 7. Well, you know what? I mean, this has got some room on the, well, okay, wait a minute. It's right there. 729, I think that's the high. 727. So, I mean, it's got some room here. This is the market high of $8. Pre-market high, of course, is way up here. Had some news. Okay, guys. Now, CABA is starting to fade a little bit. CABA is starting to fade a little bit. What is the float in this thing? 71 million. So it's not certainly not low. It's not crazy high, but it is certainly not a low floater. 56 times relative volume, 92 times normal option activity. You can see this doesn't trade options very often. 1,935 contracts right now. That represents 92 times normal. Now the VWAP is at 742, so that could be an issue. 742 is the VWAP, so that could stall it. So wouldn't you know it, the first day that I actually start put together this little scan, the penny stock explosion scan, nothing is exploding that I that is meeting the scan requirements anyway. Little seesawing in the market right now. So we had one, two, three, four, five, six, an hour and a half down, and now we're starting into 45 minutes up. Okay, guys. Well, again, I've had no no new alerts since 122. Hmm. Okay, guys. RNA is making a little bit of a move here. Remember, the VWAP is just above it, 742. Stick an alert there. Let's see what happens right around that VWAP area. See if it takes it out. So remember, if you're new and you want to ask questions, go ahead. You don't think you're interrupting me from doing anything. I'm just really kind of honestly just kind of biding my time till 3 o'clock. I really don't not that excited about trading anything right now. Walk through the meanings of the column headers in my abnormal option activity scanner. Sure. Well, okay. So some of them are obviously obvious. So symbol, time, price, volume today. So the relative volume. Oh, well, first of all, did I go too quickly? I should, but I mean, some of them are are pretty obvious, right? But the relative volume. So again, relative volume. That is the telling me that this at this time was trading 4.6 times normal up to this time of day. Now, the relative volume filter, I'm told, is looking at an average over the last 14 days. I thought it was 10 days. Whether it's 10 days, whether it's 14 days, it doesn't really matter. But it looks at what the average volume has been up to this time of day. So I'd say 1:54 Eastern time takes the average over, say, the last 10 days, or it might be 14. So today it's 4.6 times that. Okay. Now the count is that's the number of times it's made a new high. Okay, that's this count alert number of times it made a new high for the day. Earnings date. This was definitely more relevant when we were in earnings season. Okay, this is telling me that earnings is tomorrow. When that's what this column is referring to. When we were in earnings season, we would see a lot of earnings data that would have said minus 0.25 or 0.25. Minus 0.25 would mean earnings after hours the day before. 0.25 would be today pre-market. Okay. Option volume today contracts. That's the total number of contracts today. 62,691 right now when it made that new high. And then this option volume today percent. That tells me that's 400. You can't quite see it, but that's 471%. So that means that 62,691 contracts at that time represented 4.7 times normal. 471%, 4.7 times normal. Normal meaning, again, a baseline. I can't remember. I don't know if it's a 10 or a 14-day baseline. Okay. Anything you want in more detail? Whoa, there's Cabot now. That's a big move down. That was a big move down. So did that help, Marguerite? Okay. Can I look at CHRS? Now, CHRS, I know that somebody mentioned, I think William mentioned this earlier today. Yeah. So, okay. So, I mean, look, you don't have to believe these guys, but Truist says, reiterates a buy, maintains a $12 price target. So there you go. Okay. When you look at a daily chart, to me, it's going to have to really take out that 227. The relative volume today, it's not, it's only 0.71, so that is not even average. It's a big float. 105 million in the float for a $2 stock. That means it's going to take a bunch to move it. That's why, I mean, it's up 6%, 12 cents. But, with that relative volume, you would have to have a much higher relative volume to really start moving this. You look left, the next high is 213. They did have, they did have some news results of a fade. Now, if you're asking me to analyze this news, don't. I mean, I can't tell you if this is going to be great or. All right, guys. There's RNA now. RNA is at the VWAP. Hmm. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Just again, biding my time. You know what? I know I nag, but don't lose sight of the MNY just in case, okay? Just in case. I don't know where. I mean, you just got rid of all this. This is pretty tough to look at, but chop up, down with the topping tails and bottoming tails. But if it can ever take out four in a big way with some good volume, it's only because when we look left, all the room, that's on the daily chart, not a weekly or monthly. The next high is six. Remember, I was talking about this more, and I think around the VWAP. Let's see what it did. Did it hold? MOR? So there's the VWAP, 525 or 530, or sorry, 525. So it's still sitting at 530. Let's see if it runs from there. And again, it's another one that has, room looking left all the way up to six. And that is MOR. A new alert. ICCM. Finally, 203. Another one that, I mean, the trend's up. The trend is up, definitely. But, all these topping tails and bottom tails. The problem with these is that, where do you put your stop? Because, you take some of these and, if you're going to put your stop at the bottom of one of these, well, that's a pretty wide stop for a very cheap stock. Now, will it matter if it keeps running? It's up 95%. It's not a crazy low float. It's 20 million in the float. So I mean, it's not like one of these 1 million floaters. Lots of volume. And this is the news on this one. Successfully treated kidney cancer tumor with 92% now. What is it? Phase one or So, I mean, it's very premature, of course. It says, 5-year patient follow-up to be completed in 2026. So, I mean, it's very premature, but, obviously good news right now for this company, ICCM. Okay, guys. Well, listen, Kappa had the big drop, but now it's coming right back up again. So, I mean, listen, if it can take out that 1320 mark, it may get running. You know, this had a big drop actually, all the way back down to 12, I think. Yeah, 12.10, 12.12, and it's popped up. So I still have an alert at the high here, which is about 1347. TRMD. So this was not an earnings play, was it? No. Well, it's got a little room, about 80 cents or so, 80 cents or so to the next low looking left. It's a TRMD. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, guys. Wow. I wouldn't do it. Marguerite, I wouldn't do it. The reason I wouldn't do it, okay, the question is, how do you add a B plus window into a dock? Ooh, got this in behind here. I shouldn't have that. It doesn't matter, but I wouldn't do it, Marguerite, because sometimes things go wrong with the window and you have to replace it. You have to reload it. That's what I have found anyway. So I used to have it docked, but then it's a real pain to take. Well, you've got to take it out and then you've got to then re-put it back in. It's There's a series of steps that you have to do. So unless you are bound and determined that that's what you want, I wouldn't do it. Because I find it's easier to have it free floating in case something goes on wrong. Then I just exit out and then I load it again. Or it's a little more difficult to do if you have it docked or in a docked window. Okay. Now, if you say to me, I don't care, Barry, I want it in a dock, I can show you, but I wouldn't recommend it. Look at Playboy, guys. Remember when this was just like so here's PLBY, guys. So this has got some room. Okay. This has got a little bit of room. So let me know, Marguerite. I mean, if you absolutely want to do it, I'll show you, but I wouldn't recommend it. So thank you for. So you're okay with then not having it? I shouldn't ask, several questions at the same time. Yeah, I mean, notice I've got a combination. I don't actually have these in a dock. Docks are not, I mean, docks I mean, I like having these, I suppose. I've got my thumbnail charts docked. I've got some things docked, but not everything. Certainly not necessary to dock anything. You can kind of keep it neat and all that, but it's not necessary to dock everything. All these are floating. I could dock. I could create a dock out of all these and put it in there, but All right, guys. Two things I'm looking at still. The CABA, CABA for either a break out above that 1330 mark or a big breakdown underneath 12. Still kind of hanging and looking at MNY in case it breaks over 4. I mean, remember, guys, Playboy 43.42, 53 cents. Oh, good grief. Now, I don't pin anything, Marguerite. Okay, nothing is pinned for me. Just be careful. Sometimes people load duplicate layouts over each other, and they don't realize that they've got all sorts of pin scans underneath. So just make sure. But I don't pin anything. Ooh, Poe. Well, I'm going to wish you luck. I'm going to wish you luck, obviously, Poe, on the MNY. Yeah, Paul, but you asked me, you always say you'd like to be able to somewhat emulate some of the stuff that I do in terms of a breakout. So, I mean, the whole thing is waiting for that 4 break, really. And not that that's going to be the be all and the end all for MNY, but I would not, I mean, I'm cheering you on, but I think it just got to get through all this first. So here's another nice move for a real cheap one, Sober, SOBR. Right, I remember this one. This one was a real wild one months ago, years ago, it seems. with the ignition. Seemed like a good idea, but obviously, didn't sell. Yeah, I remember when this got up to, $5. Well, listen, guys, I'm gonna put myself on mute, I think. There's really not, much I can talk about right now. If you have a question, just, ask. I'll come right back onto the mic. Hey, guys, so I'll mute myself now. Again, don't again, if you have any questions, please, ask. Okay, now I don't have anything like that. Market breadth indicators for medium term and long term. So Finley, are you talking about like a compare count window? Let me just pose that question too, because I don't have anything like that, but Jamie might. Okay, let me pose that question to the other traders. Okay, they're all assembled somewhere in our Slack thread. So let me just pose that question and see what they come up with. Okay. Okay, so hang on. Okay, I've just posed the question. I don't have anything personally. So we'll see if any of the other guys has something. Okay, Finley? Captain, let's see, take a look at Captain, CAPT. So yeah, I mean, this had a tremendous run. I mean, this was sort of a pseudo, I don't know what is, symbol name change probably. Okay, so didn't do anything for a few days. Last couple of days, big days. Pull back today. Maybe if it gets over 4 again, it could have another run. Oh, okay. Well, I can give you what I call a compare count window, Finley. But I don't know if that's exactly what you're looking for. But let me just show you what this does. So this is a compare count, what we call a compare count window, okay? This is looking at movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares versus movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares. There are some other filters in here, price range and all that. And so if you start running this at 9:30, or in the market, or you can start running it pre-market if you want. But when you start running it, you'll get a ticker. You'll see this cylinder will so far, as we speak, nothing is meeting any of the filter requirements. But if you start running this at say 9:30 when the market opens, you'll get a running list of tickers, either making new highs, it'll be in green or red in low, but you'll also see, the percentages. So I mean, this is what it's looking at just to give you an idea. So on the green data, so this is why. So it does work post-market, pre-market, and new high. So if the stock is between 50 cents and 30, so you may want to change that. I mean, you may want to change that price range. The current volume is at least 300,000 shares. The volume, again, volume in the last minute is the 300% of normal. So I was looking for, momentum stocks doing this. You may not want that exactly. Now, Chris is actually answering me now. And he says, just give him a moment. Because it's not just the amount of stocks making new highs versus the amount of stocks making new lows. Okay, you want to have some kind of filter, otherwise you'll get inundated. So that's why, these are all stocks making new highs with these filters versus stocks making new lows with the flip, whatever I can flip, which is really all I can flip is the stock would be down 2% from the previous close. Okay, so I've got a couple. Pepe's got one, and Chris has got one. Okay, so let me put them both in, Finley. Well, no, because they require the market to be open. But this is one. This is whoops. Sorry, it did not copy. Thank you, Pepe. Control copy. So this is one, I guess, from Jamie. And this is one from Chris. Oh, that's so hard to copy in this. Just give me a moment. No, okay, so that got copied wrong. That's what I thought. Okay, so don't copy that last one. Man. Okay, you know what? Okay. But no, they're not going to work after or like when the markets close on the weekend because these are alert windows. Aha, so there are actually four windows in there. They're docked windows. Okay, so you can take a look at that. Okay, Finley. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it could be shady. I mean, they tried to knock it down to 12. They did success. Well, they were moderately successful at getting it down to 12, but this is looking again. I'd be holding out for about a 13-20 break or so to see if it really wants to go and be awesome. Of course, it had some volume. No, I don't think so, Finley. No. Historical chart or comparison charts? No. Not that I'm aware of. I'll ask the question again to, well, Chris, I'll put this in the trade ideas question. This is what Finley really is kind of looking for. I don't think we do, but man, my copying and pasting is terrible. Okay, there we go. Okay, but you have something that is more of a historical chart or a comparison chart, something I can use for my weekly analysis. I hope that makes sense. I don't, so but maybe Chris or somebody does. I don't have anything like that. Yeah, Chris says sorry, he doesn't. I don't think we're able to do something like that in a compare count or anything like that. So sorry, Finley. I mean, you can do comparison charting. You can put a weekly chart, and you can. I mean, I don't do this at all, but no, no, no. You're not a pill at all. Not a pill at all. This is how often I use comparison charting. I know there's a way. But I don't think that's what you're looking for either. Yeah. So as Chris is saying, I mean, you can put excuse me, you can put 5 different charts on say on a weekly chart, excuse me, so you can kind of see what's happening, but I don't think that's what you're looking for. There we are. There's the comparisons. Okay. Let's just do one. I've never done a comparison chart. I just want to see what it looks like. I want to go to a weekly chart. Let's go to let's do the SPY, compare it. So if I wanted to, say, compare the SPY to, okay, so say to NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft. I mean, I have no idea what this is going to look like. Amazon, some big tech names, and Google. There we go. Yeah, so that's not, yeah, so Finley, that's not going to help you. But I mean, this is, I mean, if it might be of interest to some people. Look how the SPY has moved with respect to Microsoft. There's Apple. Um, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's Nvidia. I'm sorry. Excuse me. There's Nvidia. There's Amazon. So the SPY is here. Apple is the one in orange, and here's Microsoft. So is that something that's, I don't know, halfway appealing, Finley? So you can compare, you can go to different sectors, compare, say, 5 stocks in the same sector, either with the SPY or the sector ETF, just to see what has been like the best mover in the sector. comparatively speaking, as an example. And it does give the percentages too. And I guess it goes back. I don't know why it picked. Okay. So I can, of course, keep going back. Anyway, interesting exercise, perhaps. I'm not interested in something like this, but I can see people who are, I mean, I can see the value in it, especially if you're looking more long term. If you really go crazy, you go all the way back to 2010. Look at that. Funny. Anyway, so if anybody who's watching this and is interested in creating any sort of a comparison chart, it doesn't matter what you start off with. I just put the SPY here, but then you just right click and go to select chart style and then click on comparisons. And here you can put 5 stocks in, up to 5. You don't have to. And this is the percentage. I don't even know what that means. Price. Let's turn it to price. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wrap this up. Any last minute questions? So William will keep the room open until 4:15. Okay, that's the main room. So what I'll do right now is I'll put the link to get into the main room. So when I shut YouTube down, you can head over there if you want. There's the link to the main room. Nobody will be talking. There'll be no screen sharing, but you can still talk amongst yourselves if you want, or post amongst yourselves. Yeah, look at that Bitcoin. BITO. So let's see what happens tomorrow. This has been so up and look how choppy. Trend is up. Definitely the trend is up. I know this is not Bitcoin, but I'm, using this sort of as a proxy. Boy, here's another one just got clobbered. ATRC. How I'm finding these guys, this is just the flip, okay, of the momentum up. This is just the flip of this, okay? This is momentum down. So I'll show you how you can create it if you want. If you have my momentum scan, then all you do is this. You right click and duplicate it. And then right click, configure. You click on the summary. Now, what can be flipped will be flipped. So what does that mean? So it should be obvious in some of them. You can flip a new high to a new low. You can't flip a price range. You can't flip the volume. You can't flip this 1,000% of normal, but you can flip the price was up at least 2%. You can now flip that to down at least 2%. So all you have to do is just click the flip. And now see how that is now changed to new low. And now that is down. And then you give it another name, like I did, called Momo down. And that's how I created it. So it's basically a time saver. I mean, you could obviously just start this from scratch, put all these filters in. But if you've got, basically, this is kind of a comparison, comparing with the same with the same screening, just but show me ones are moving up, moving down with the same screening, essentially. It's just a time saver, especially if you have a lot of filters. Okay. So that's where I'm getting a lot of these ones that are moving down. Boy. Some of these moves are amazing. I don't know what happened here. I mean, obviously there's some news. There has to be some news because when you look at the stock yesterday, I mean, just or the last few days, just kind of basing around this area. Even today, 9:45, 11:45 was looking okay. It's not until 2:15 that something happened. And boy, did something happen. I mean, 42 down to 35. And so this is, I don't know if this is the exact reason, but Needham says that Medtronic initiation of limited US release of left atrial appendage exclusion system could create an overhang for AtriCure. So I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing that news at 2:15. William, did you see that in your little squawk? Because that's, I mean, there it is. I mean, there's 2:15. There's the initial move right there. And it just absolutely accelerated its way down. No, but how about piling in short? Okay, on that news. If you'd seen that. Okay, guys, are there any last minute questions? Again, I'll stick around. I don't have to go anywhere, but if there are no more questions, I will pack. I will stop the screen sharing and get off the mic. And I say, William, will keep the room open until 4:15. Boy, this just keeps running down. This is my sound my sound alert is running down, running down, running down, and is it ever? I mean, where could there be some support? I mean, right down there is 34.20. I mean, that's the next low looking left. 34.20. Wow. You know, and there are a lot of shorts available too at Interactive Broker. So this is easily shorted, probably at most firms, 1.57 million at Interactive Brokers. So lots of shorts available. But at some point, will there be a little bounce? Sure. I mean, it's already had a 70-cent bounce. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up for me. So thanks a lot for all the help, and I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time in the morning, and we go to 9 to 3. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, the same for you.